To order. The graphics that normally run is just a reminder for folks to silence your phone. They say it nicer than what I'm about to say, but pretty much my job is to maintain order as the meeting goes on. We have a full house today. Thank you everyone for being here. When it comes to, applauding or more performative type measures, we ask people to not do that. Because again, the goal is to keep the conversation going, keep the information delivered to the bench so that we can make appropriate decisions on the items on the agenda. So please help me make my job easier by just approaching this meeting as we would any type of business or professional setting. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. Madam Clerk.
Invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
So if you are both willing and able to stand for the invocation, which will be delivered by Pastor Robinson of the Reformation Lutheran Church, and then we will follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance. So Reverend, thank you for being here.
Sorry, it's the millennial in me, it's my phone. Lord, thank you for our mayor, the city council, and leaders of every level in our city. Give them grace to bring truth, justice, and stability to our community. Give them power to do what is right and to rule in fairness. May our community be known for its justice and be blessed. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor. Madam Clerk.
Approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on February 22nd, 2022.
Has every member had a chance to review the minutes, and if so, is there any discussion? If there is no discussion on said minutes, then I will make a motion to accept the minutes as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been seconded by Vice Mayor Tuttle. Clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. Having received 7 yea votes, that motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Proclamations. Women's History Month.
If you are here for to receive the proclamation for the Women's History Month, please make your way towards the front. I did have a note saying that I believe the person who requested this couldn't make it today. So if no one is here to receive it, then we'll just go ahead and carry on. Proclamation of the City of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870. Whereas, American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways, and continue to play a critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of life of the nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force inside and outside of the home. And whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force and were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable and cultural institutions in our nation. And whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military and have been leaders not only securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement and the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society for all. And whereas, despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Brandon Whipple, Mayor of the City of Wichita, Kansas, along with the Wichita City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2022 as National Women's History Month, and encourage all Wichitans to acknowledge the role of women in their past, current, and future lives so that the girls and young women of today will be encouraged to overcome any obstacles in becoming the future leaders on which this nation depends. Madam Clerk.
Arts in our Schools and Youth Arts Month.
All right, if you're here to receive the resolution for the arts in our schools, please make your way forward. this one. How are you? See you. How are you? Congratulations. And if you're taking pictures, you can just stand wherever you need. Proclamation of the City of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870. Whereas, the City of Wichita recognizes that art education, including drama, music, dance, written and visual arts, is an essential part of basic education for all students, providing balanced education which helps in developing a student's full potential. And whereas, the art enrich the lives of children in Wichita by developing creative ability, self-expression, cognitive skills, discipline, and cross-cultural understanding. And whereas, many national and state professional education associations hold celebration in the month of March focused on students' participation in the arts, celebrating and supporting the youth of our community and their intellectual development through artistic endeavors, and offering support for our committed art teachers. And whereas, the arts are a significant component of students' education development, teaching them the language and production of the arts, and helping them understand the role of the arts in civilizations, both past and present. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Brandon Whipple, Mayor of the City of Wichita, Kansas, along with the Wichita City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2020 as Arts in Our School and Youth Arts Month, and call upon the people of Wichita to further encourage schools, businesses, media, religious institutions, civic and service organizations, in commemorating Arts in Our Schools and Youth Arts Month. Madam Clerk.
2022 Kansas Recreation and Park Association Awards.
If you're here to accept the awards for the Kansas Recreation and Park Association, please make your way forward. There's a lot here. Is it just you? Okay, we got a few. I was going to say, I got some hardware to pass out, so. That's better. So, 2022 Kansas Recreation and Parks Association Awards. So we'd like to welcome up our folks from the Parks and Recreation Department. The Wichita Parks and Recreation Department has nominated outstanding individuals for our department and programs that made a meaningful difference in the city to be considered for this year's Kansas Recreation and Park Association Awards. 22 categories of awards were given out across Kansas for individuals who have contributed to the success of parks, recreation, and conservation initiatives, and for new and innovative programs in several different branches within the agency. These individuals and programs contribute to the Park and Recreation Department's success story, but also make an impact on the city of Wichita as a whole by embodying the city's mission, visions, and values. So Wichita received 2 Distinguished Awards and 4 Branch Awards, and they include Distinguished Elected Official Award, Brandon Johnson gets the Distinguished Elected Official Award. You should be down here, Johnson. Also, the Distinguished Volunteer Award, which is going to Claire Willensberg. If I call your name, please raise your hand. The Aquatic Branch Outstanding Professional Award goes to Brian Hill. All right, Brian's with us. Park Branch Outstanding Professional Award goes to Brett Russell. The Sports Branch Outstanding Professional Award goes to Angela Buckner. And the Wellness Branch Outstanding Program Award goes to the Youth Rowing Program. And of course, leadership doesn't happen in a vacuum, so we also want to recognize the Director, Troy Hoffman. These awards only touch on the groundwork that our park and recreation staff do every day. So I want to thank Troy and his staff for all that they do. So congratulations to all of you, and thank you for all you do to for the community. We have the awards here, but I also have some community champion coins I want to pass out on behalf of the mayor's office. So with that, thank you.
Okay. All right, so that was the formal portion of it. Now it's going to be a little bit more informal. So we're going to hand out these individual awards to each one of these folks. I'm going to ask some of the council members to help out because in Parks and Recreation, we use everybody. So Council Member Frye, if you could come down. Council Member Frye was very involved with the Aquatics Master Plan, and one of the reasons why Brian Hill is being selected for this is for all of his work that he's been doing in aquatics. The great thing about it, I think, so the past year, Brian's been very much involved with all the building of the swimming pools and at the same time training all the staff. He's done an incredible job, and so much that unfortunately he is going to be leaving us to go to somewhere else to do his work. So we're going to be missing him very much, but we're going to send him away with a nice award.
Do we have to now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Name's already on.
Councilmember Holhazel, can you come down, please? The next award is for Angela Buckner. She's been doing great programming for the past, I don't know how many years, but she's always coming up with new innovative ideas. And she's always been recognized by her peers for all the great work that she does. So since a lot of her work, it kind of goes into Holhazel's district and kind of affects some of those areas, we want Councilmember Holhazel to present the award. Councilmember Blueball, can you help me out? Awesome. Claire showed up for her award.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. So this next award goes to Brett Russell. So Brett was selected for all of his hard work in our parks. He's always taking care of special events, and he's been spending a lot of time over at Pawnee Prairie Park, which is one of Councilmember Blueball's favorite parks. I know that for a fact. And whatever it takes to get the job done, Brett is always there. He's always making things happen. And so he was recognized by his peers as one of the best parks and recreation professionals in the state. And by the way, these are all state awards, not just local awards. These are all represented across the state. So we created a great partnership with the Wichita Rowing Association, as well as Wichita Crew Club through Wichita State, which they are here as well. And this program that we developed was really focused towards young men that don't have a whole lot of opportunities. And so Reggie Davidson put together this program and partnered with these other folks to get these kids recognizing what other things they can do out there in the community and expose them to some new ideas in sports. And so one of them was actually using the rowing assets that we have on the river. So Reggie, if you could come on up and share it with your friends there. I'm going to have the mayor do this presentation because he was involved as well, and he knows a lot about rowing.
Oh, yeah.
Councilmember Tuttle, if you could come help me. So this next award goes to Councilmember Johnson, distinguished elected official. And Mr. Johnson, or Councilmember Johnson, has done so many great things for our department, as well as all the council members, by the way, not just one of them, but all of them do great work for our department. But this past year, doing some special work within our parks, Council Member Johnson was nominated and was selected. And the reason why I'm asking Councilmember Tuttle to do this presentation is because she won the award last year. So I think it's good that she passes this on to Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Ballard, can you help me out? So this last award and best award goes to Claire Willenberg. Distinguished volunteer, the work that she's done for us with several different projects, but more so with the Fresh Air Baby Camp, putting together that building the past 7 years, making it look from just sticks to a complete building. It's just been amazing. Her tenaciousness and her dedication to the project has been awesome. So we did nominate her, and she won the state award, and that does happen to be in Councilmember Ballard's district, and so I know she knows a lot about it, and so we wanted her to present the award. So that's everybody, but what I just want to say in closing is that this is just indicative of our staff, the things that they do, going above and beyond, really making a difference in the community. It's something that I really appreciate, and I think a lot of other citizens and our staff appreciates that as well. So congratulations. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Public agenda, Mark Turman, tree trimming in rights of way.
All right, we're going to roll into our public agenda. As a reminder, you are allocated 5 minutes. I will cut you off if you're in the middle of your thought, of course, but there is a countdown timer on the bottom of the screen. We ask that folks be courteous. Also, we ask that you say your name and your address if you feel comfortable, so we have that for the record. So is Mark here? If he's not, then we will move on to the next person on the agenda. Madam Clerk.
Jeriah Forbes, violent parolees and repeat offenders.
When you hear your name called, please make your way towards the front. Mr. Forbes, are you here at this time? See none. Madam Clerk.
Jane Byrnes, bright painted crosswalks at high crash intersections.
Welcome, Ms. Byrnes. Good morning.
Thank you so much. Hello. My name is Jane Byrnes. I'm in the East Front neighborhood in Brandon Johnson's district. Bigger is not better. Neither is accepting the past, the what we've always done. I'm here to ask today, as you build your 2023 budget, to budget for local transportation and for local safety and for our local streets and drivers and vulnerable citizens. According to Captain Wendell Nicholson, the Wichita Police Department traffic commander, the number of all traffic fatalities in 2021 matched the number of murders in our city. And he said in the first 6 weeks of 2022, there have been 3 pedestrian deaths, a 15-year-old, a 38-year-old, and a 75-year-old. According to the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Board, it's your budget time. City of Wichita budgets are puzzling to me, so I'll only speak from the patterns that I've witnessed over the past years of advocating for safe, healthy, active transportation. Very little money is spent on safe, active transportation, and when it is, that money is deferred to some other year, like children and low income and disabled folks and seniors must wait to get safely to their schools, parks, churches, golf courses, swimming pools, until like 2024, 2027, 2028. We seem to accept those 11 pedestrian and 2 bicycle deaths last year and the 3 pedestrian deaths this year. But there's more. Serious injuries. According to the current KDOT Strategic Highway Safety Plan, the cost of serious injuries from one non-motorized crash in 2019 averaged $235,000 in Kansas, each crash, each year. Can you believe that KDOT just accepts 133 serious injuries each year on its highways? Surely Wichita, our Wichita, does not need to contribute to that carnage and cost. And yet millions are lavished on more new highways, no matter how many crashes. Intersections with Kellogg are 30% of those big 40 intersection crashes in Wichita, and Kellogg still gets more big bucks. Those new highways don't solve anything right here in Wichita for neither the third of Wichitans outside of cars nor the 40 high crash sites identified by the WPD. Wichita should prioritize safety for its folks inside and outside cars. Wichita should repair its own streets, should plant street trees, should budget for health and safety for its folks rather than expand still more new concrete to rush vehicles out of our town. Bigger is not better. In your handout are pictures of a few of those 40 high crash Wichita intersections that Captain Nicholson pointed out. Note that there are no clues to slow down and look, no reminder crosswalks, definitely no invitations to share the street with bicyclists or walkers or wheelchair folks or scooterists or children or seniors or tourists. Bright crosswalks are the cheapest way to start reducing serious injuries and fatalities. Remember, Captain Nicholson compared last year's car, pedestrian, and bicycle deaths to the number of murders in Wichita. The Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, said on this January 27th that these deaths and serious injuries are intolerable. He said they are preventable. He said that the new bipartisan infrastructure bill should fix those frights. He said, quote, that every driver, passenger, and pedestrian should be certain that they're going to arrive at their destination safely every time. Bigger is not better for serious injuries and deaths. Please budget for transportation equity, for safety around local high crash intersections, and for safety around Wichita schools, our children, this year, this very year, with bright, high visibility crosswalks. Bigger highways are not better than health and safety. Thank you so much, folks.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda items 1 through 12.
Has every member had a chance to review the consent agenda, and if so, is there any discussion? Council Member Frye.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to point out that on item 3A, that is District 5, not District 6. Didn't notice it at the agenda review on Friday. Doesn't really change anything. You just want to make sure it was noticed.
Thank you. Further discussion. I'd like to pull item 9. Further discussion. If there is no further discussion, then I'll make a motion to pass items 1 through 12, with the exception of item 9 on the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. Having received 7 yea votes, that motion does pass. Back on item 9, which is titled United Way of the Plains Contract Amendment, COVID-19 Vaccination Incentive Program for the Homeless. I wanted to talk about this a little bit because I know that this is materialistically different than the item that we discussed in the open meeting, I believe last week or the week before. So wanted to give staff an opportunity to talk about the difference here, why it's different, and also have a new vote on it because it is a different item. Welcome, Director Stang.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. Sally Stang with the Housing and Community Services Department for the record. So when we brought this item to you, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, we were really under the gun. We were responding to Omicron's impact in our homeless shelters and such. And we didn't know until the very last minute that we had an option for a restricted gift card. But we thought that restriction would be prohibited due to transportation. It wasn't until after the meeting it was brought to my attention that we could, in fact, provide full-day transportation passes with Wichita Transit. And after having conversations with those working in the shelters, the United Way, about the ability to use the Walmart restricted card, and having conversations about Walmart provides a cheaper product, obviously. Things are cheaper at Walmart than they are at a convenience store. So the $25 gift card is actually going to go a further way with them. It also offers a wider variety of products that people can select. But the real kicker was actually when we had the discussion around that all-day transportation pass, because in many of our conversations in this arena, transportation always comes up. And the fact that we can give an all-day pass for someone to be able to not just go to Walmart, pick up items with their gift cards, they can schedule or attend meetings with housing providers. Often that's the challenge when we give someone a homeless voucher, is they can't get around to look at apartments or meet with folks. So we saw that as an absolute advantage to being able to give them both the Walmart card and the gift card, and is why we brought this back as an amendment to the contract for your consideration.
All right, discussion. So my concern, the purpose of this program is to encourage folks who are unhoused to get vaccinated, because a few weeks ago we had an issue with our shelters were closing down because Omicron, Delta, whichever variant it was spreading through the unhoused community. And so the goal here isn't to pass out cards, is to get instead to get folks vaccinated. My concern is that, as in the previous discussion, we don't have a Walmart downtown, and I understand that we have now a bus pass, which should be helpful, so long as folks are comfortable using the bus, and of course, so long as the route to and from is easily accessible. However, there are good discussions that I've had about the benefit of having a gift card that is something that can be utilized in the city core, where a lot of those services currently are for folks who are unhoused. I'm wondering, because the previous program did pass overwhelmingly, is there a way that we could offer this and put both of them out there in case the Walmart bus pass isn't getting the same effect as the gift certificate to Quick Trip or something that's more local? There's a $5 difference between the two. If we were able to amend this amendment and add on that you would have the discretion of doing either or, would that be something that could be done?
It would take an amendment again to the contract and bringing it back. Well, I guess you could approve it at this point, correct? And then amend the contract. So not to delay the vaccine clinics, they have been operating under the previous agreement, which is with the Quick Trip cards for the last 2 weeks. So yes, it could be done.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Have the Walmart and BuzzPass option been available since we began the homeless clinic?
No, it has not.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess it's a question for legal. If we pass this, since we already did pass and are initiating the previous contract, will we just have to change a word from shall to may, or how are the intent of the council moving forward if the motion I'm about to make passes? What's the cleanest way to do that?
I'm assuming United Way agrees to the change, we can, make that change as directed by council in whatever language you want.
It just seems like the better compromise from the discussions I've had with folks is, can we do both then? And is that helpful? So with that, Councilmember Ballard, and then I have Councilmember Frye both on the board. So Councilmember Ballard.
Hi, I just have a question. So last week, this passed 5-2. Why is it being brought up again?
It was brought up again because we were made aware of the availability of the bus passes, which was not taken into consideration when we put together the previous agreement. Because we really did see the limitation to the Walmart card being the ability to get there.
Okay.
And once we resolved that, we said, okay, there's an opportunity.
Okay. Because I think the focus is on the vaccines, and it seems like an awful lot of focus is being on the incentives. So thank you for answering my question.
Councilmember Frye.
Thank you. Sally, since the program has already started, did you purchase the full allotment of gift cards?
No, United Way purchased 75 gift cards shortly after it was approved the first time. They've actually run out of those and purchased another 75 gift cards. So they're doing it incrementally.
So that was going to be my next question is, as we go into this, if we do a hybrid approach where there's a choice, you're going to have to buy a stock of both. And if you buy too many, then what happens? Can you return them and get the money back, or do you just hold them for other things in the future? I mean, it's kind of an unknown crystal ball here about how many you're actually going to use or need.
And that's why we recommended that they purchase them in increments that they're sure to be able to use and then can purchase some
So we
more.
can get stuck with them.
Yes, we could end up getting stuck with some at the end for sure, but I'm sure we have plenty of other programs they could be repositioned for.
That is CARES related.
That
because
is
this
CARES
money has to be used because
Right.
it's CARES funding. And the bus pass is CARES funded as well, correct?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you. Could you give me a breakdown of the gift cards that have been purchased and distributed so far? And the popularity, like do they prefer fast food or do they prefer Dillon's or?
At this point, it's only been the QT cards that have been distributed. They just, my understanding is they just exhausted the first 75 and have purchased the second group of 75. So that only 75 so far has gone out that I'm aware.
Okay, thank you.
So we know that the first program is working.
Yes.
It's absolutely working. It's been less than 2 weeks and already 75 folks have been vaccinated, got their incentive. They're already ordering another 75.
This really has created a concerted effort to create those vaccine clinics and advertise it and get out there, whereas before the shelters were really kind of doing it on their own rather than this collaborative effort to get them scheduled in the future and get them tracked. Yeah.
So I'm interested in possibly a compromise. If the current plan's working, I'll tell you, and today's timely to say this, I guess. My first year in the legislature, we had a state representative, now Dillmore, in front of the Kansas House. He made a comment at one point, I forget what the issue was, that, the legislature's way is if it ain't broken, we'll fix it until we break it. And so I'm wondering, I'm worried that if we were to replace a plan that we know is working with a plan that makes sense on paper, but the logistics of getting to and from Walmart, are we then weakening our program or incentivizing folks to sell a $25 gift certificate or gift card for $10 cash so they can use that at a local Quick Trip instead of using the $30 Quick Trip one that they normally would get. If this is voted down, my understanding is the previous contract would stand, and we would continue with the program that we already debated and voted in favor of. So with that, is there any more discussion, or I'm interested in making a motion here. Is there any appetite for utilizing either or Councilmember Frye comments, I believe, are that we might make this more complicated by having either or. I'm open to the will of the body here on getting through this. Councilmember Bluebog, thank you for bailing me out with looking for more feedback.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, my feedback's just coming from what WPD, what the resource providers, what the homeless outreach team has told us for years, is not just to simply give cash. Make sure that it's something dedicated so that it doesn't go for alcohol, tobacco, something else. That's my 2 cents.
So I guess I'll make the motion to approve this alongside the plan that has already been approved, so that the discretion of the professionals to use either one, whichever. If you guys find that this program isn't working as well as the last one and wants to switch back, I want to make sure you have the freedom to do that, because the goal is to improve the health of our community who's experiencing homelessness. So with that, and I might need legal's guidance, that is the intent of my motion to pass item number 9, to take staff's recommended action to approve the amendment to the ESGCV recipient funding agreement to provide for changes related to the gift card and incentives to be purchased and bus passes to be provided and authorized necessary signatures. That's the staff's recommended action, but again, my intent is to allow either or.
Mr. Mayor, I think what your motion would be is you're asking this program to supplement to the previously approved program.
No, I'm asking it to go in addition to a previously approved program. Supplement?
Yeah.
That's a replace, okay. To supplement, and should so approve the amendment to the ESGCV to supplement the funding agreement to provide for changes related to gift cards and incentives to be purchased and bus passes to be provided and authorize necessary signatures. Is that good enough?
We understand the
intent. Does staff understand the directive?
So you're approving this program to come alongside the previously approved program. So
exactly, and to allow the discretion from the service providers to use either or in case this isn't as effective as the last one. They can go back to the last one. They don't have to return the gift cards. That I think would be how we create a compromise. Councilmember Frye.
As long as it's okay with Madam Vice Mayor, in the spirit of partisanship, I would like to second this.
Amen. The floor is yours. Or seconded by Councilmember Frye. Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, clerk will open the roll. We'll take a vote on item number 9 of the consent agenda. Having received 7 yea votes, that motion does pass. Thank you, Director Stang. Thank you, staff, for indulging us, particularly through me fumbling through an amendment. Madam Clerk.
Board of Bids and Contracts and Wichita Airport Authority Board of Bids and Contracts dated February 28th, 2022.
Welcome.
Good morning, Melinda Walker, Department of Finance. For engineering today, we have the Stryker Sports Phase 8 locker room. This is Dahlinger and Sons Construction, aggregate bid total of $1,263,575. It's subject to your approval of the new engineer's estimate and budget authorization. Stormwater sewer number 760, Wildcat Construction, for $53,158.50. The Upper Levee C, tow drain replacement Phase 3, Dutton Construction and Plumbing for $584,126.50. Paving 21st Street North, Court North, Monarch Landing 5th Edition, Concept doing business as Kansas Paving, $308,981.88. For purchasing, we have liquid polyelectrolyte chemicals for bulk delivery, Brenatag Southwest Inc. for .7435 per pound. Grit removal services, Waste Connection for $112 per ton. SUV Ford Explorer XLT, Rusty Eck Ford, $99,231. Traffic signal controllers and software, Cubic ITS Inc. for $254,100. Replacement of pole and mast arm for Gady Sales Company for $64,944. And a Kuhn Knight Biosolids Spreader for Can Equip Inc., $94,890. Airport bid is to renovation and reconfiguration of existing Airport Hangar 16, and we're rejecting all bids. Airport pavement rehabilitation wind cone replacement deferred to March 7th. And how to register to become a vendor with the City of Wichita. And our open requests for proposals, and approve the recommendation to approve the bids as recommended.
Any questions for staff? See none. Is there input from the public in this item?
Morning.
Morning.
I have a question about the bid on Stryker Sports Complex, but I would be willing to defer my comments until that comes up on the agenda, where you talk about revising the management fee to save time.
You have the floor, so.
All right,
Chat
then I'll
about
address the
the
contract with Donlinger, and then when we talk about the Stryker Sports Complex, changing the contract, I'll address it at that point. I have questions about this Donlinger contract, because as I read in the agenda, and I may be misinterpreting it, it sounds like Donlinger was the only one who was given the bid for the south and north locker rooms, and no one else who bid on the contract was allowed to consolidate them. So my first question is, why was Donlinger given this preference in bidding, and why was the contract not rebid so everybody had an opportunity to bid on consolidation of the locker rooms? Second, I noticed you're waiving City Council Policy Number 2 to allow that there will be contract changes over a certain dollar amount without having to come back to you for approval. Why are we waiving City Council Policy Number 2 for this construction contract? Those are my basic questions involving Donlinger's bid.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, or his designee.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works Engineering. So two parts to that question that I can help answer. On the Donlinger's bid, so we bid three parts to this project: the north and south locker rooms and the press box. And the way we set up the bid was we gave ourselves the ability to accept any one component of that or any combination of the components. This is not unusual that we've done in the past. The second low bidder was, I think, well over $100,000 more collectively. And even if you look at even any one single component. So what Donlinger agreed to, thank you. What Donlinger agreed to, so looking at the bid in aggregate, there was almost a $200,000 difference between them and the next bidder. And we would have afforded this to anybody who was the low bidder. So with Donlinger being the aggregate low bidder to start, they're the ones that we consider the award of the contract. Looking at the available funding, and this is a topic I'll talk to you about soon, we've decided in working with the operator, Scott Rigby was heavily involved in that prior to leaving, that our best opportunity was for the two locker rooms and for the additional funding to go with that. What they did in looking at, we were saying, hey, we want to do these two items, the two locker rooms. they were able to give us a little bit of a discount of combining those two because it wasn't necessarily bid that way to start. But that was our expectation when we bid it. We would have asked that of whoever the low bidder was, and it does not create an unfair bidding process, especially with the difference between those two bidders, if that makes sense. The part about transfer of funds is not unusual. It's a requirement of when we were going to use remaining funds from another project. By policy 2, it says that when there's remaining capital funds in a project, effectively those funds go back into the pot. It's up to the city council to decide what happens with those, including what could be reallocation in a future CIP. We had a project to build a parking lot at Stryker. It was funded in the capital improvement program 2 years ago. That project's been complete. The remaining funding within that project was still there. And so as part of the future, the item that's coming up here in a bit, we will request the council to waive policy 2 to allow that funding to be transferred to the Stryker project. Again, you've heard me make that request on numerous occasions, especially with the current environment we are in, that we've seen increased costs with projects. We are recommending that funding, since it was for the Stryker complex anyway, move over to this project. Hopefully that makes sense.
And that's not unlike, I believe it was last week, where Council Member Frye asked the council and successfully passed an amendment to take money from one area that was being saved and put it into, I believe, a project by the airport. And we, I believe, waived the policy at that time as well. Is it?
No, it's
I'm
not,
trying
no,
to
it's
measure,
not,
is this
not
a
quite,
little more
not
common
quite the
or
same
not?
comparison. That was not policy 2, but it's still within the council's purview and their prerogative, effectively, to do that, correct?
Sorry, I thought there was a policy waived in that
There was
motion.
a policy, it wasn't quite the same one.
Wasn't number 2, okay. Well, thank you. Is there any further questions for staff? Councilmember Hoheisel.
Sorry, Garrett, get your steps in, right?
Yeah.
He's getting his steps in.
So was Donlinger, were they the lowest bid? on
They,
the two
they
locker
were,
rooms?
and I should have clarified. So Donlinger was the lowest overall aggregate bid, which was the beginning for the basis of our award, the way the language was set up for the contract. From there, we provided the flexibility knowing that we expected these bids were probably going to be higher than the funding we had at the time, that we would accept the low bidder based on the aggregate, and then we had the ability to select any of those 3 components or a combination of those, which is what we've done.
So was that bid including the press box as well?
It did include the press box as well, which is not part of our recommendation today because there's just not enough funding to get that done.
So so were they the lowest bid on just simply the 2 locker rooms, or either or of the locker rooms?
They were the lowest bidder on all 3 components separately and the aggregate bid.
Okay, all right, thank you.
See no further questions for staff. Is there further discussion? If there's no further discussion from the bench or from the public, then I'll make the motion to accept staff's recommended action to receive and file the report, approve the contracts, and authorize the necessary signatures. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been seconded by Vice Mayor Tuttle. Clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. Having received 7 yea votes, that motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Petitions for public improvements.
Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Gary Jansen, Public Works Engineering. I forgot that I was next up. I should have picked a closer seat. The petitions for your consideration today represent 100% of the improvement district and are valid per Kansas statute. New petitions for Rennick 3rd Edition, which is in District 6, will provide several phases for water, sanitary, sewer, and paving improvements, and a single phase for drainage improvements. We also have a new petition for Tyler Acres 5th Edition in District 5, providing water improvements. Staff recommends City Council approve the new petitions and budgets, adopt the amending resolutions, and authorize the necessary signatures, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Any questions for staff? Any input from the public on this item? And I'm not stalling because we're missing a member. Only kind of doing that. We'll bring discussion back to the bench. Further discussion on the item. If there's no further discussion, then I will make the motion to Accept staff's recommended action to approve the petition and budget and adopt the new resolution authorizing necessary signatures. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been seconded by Vice Mayor Tuttle. Clerk will open the roll. Members cast their vote. Having received 7 yea votes, that motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Public hearing and tax exemption requests, Metal Finishing Company, Inc.
Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Tim Goodpasture with the City's Office of Economic Development. For the record, the item before you today is a request for a property tax exemption for Metal Finishing Company. Metal Finishing Company was founded in 1940 as an aerospace processing company. The company processes a broad array of aluminum, titanium, and magnesium finishing services, as well as a wide variety of hard metal plating options. The company has 2 facilities in the city, one located at 1423 South McLean and the other at 1630 West Harry Street. In this aerial, you can see Harry Street running along the bottom of the aerial. Seneca is roughly running from top to bottom in the middle of the aerial. You can see the Arkansas River on the right side, and so you can see McLean Boulevard right next to the river. The area outlined in red on the right side of this aerial is the 1423 South McLean facility, and the area outlined in red on the left side is the 1630 West Harry facility. This is an image from the inside of the West Harry facility. The company is requesting an Economic Development Exemption, or EDX, tax abatement. The Economic Development Exemption program is a state-authorized program that is geared towards companies that are in one of 3 different industries. Those are manufacturing, warehousing and distribution, or research and development of products used in interstate commerce. The company is proposing a 10,800 square foot expansion of its McLean facility and a 9,000 square foot expansion of its Harry Street facility at a total cost between the 2 facilities of $1,155,000. In addition to the real property improvements, the company is projecting it will add a new machinery and equipment at a cost of $617,000 for a total capital investment of $1,772,000. The company currently employs 58 people in Wichita and projects it will add 26 new jobs with annual wages in excess of $43,000 a year. Based on the current economic development guidelines, the company qualifies for a 40% tax abatement based on job creation, an additional 40% tax abatement based on capital investment, an additional 10% because the company is in a regional growth plan sector, and finally, a 10% additional tax abatement based on utilizing state tax incentives for a total of 100% property tax abatement. The estimated value of 1 year of a 100% property tax abatement based on a capital investment of $1,155,000 in real property improvements is approximately $33,600 a year, with the city's share being approximately $9,500. A cost-benefit analysis was conducted by the Center for Economic Development and Business Research at Wichita State University, which showed an overall ratio of benefits to costs of 3.62 to 1 for the city, 2.9 to 1 for the city's general fund, and 5.25 to 1 for the city's debt service fund. Therefore, it is staff's recommendation that the City Council close the public hearing and approve the first reading of the ordinance granting Metal Finishing Company Incorporated a 100% tax exemption on the identified real property improvements for a 5-year term, plus a 100% tax exemption for a second 5-year term, subject to City Council review. Rob Babst, who is the president of Metal Finishing Company, is here and can answer any questions specific to the company, and I would be happy to stand for any questions as well.
Other questions for staff? Councilmember Hoazell.
Thank you. And this one isn't necessarily, I don't know that you'd be the right person to answer this one. This is just about the process. Under the Economic Development Incentive Agreement, Section 1G, it talks about the company adhering to any local ordinances pertaining to non-discrimination. Could I just get a quick, brief description of how we ensure that that is actually happening now that the non-discrimination ordinance is in effect?
Sure.
Do we wait until there are complaints coming in to take a closer look at the company, or just what exactly is that process?
We do have companies file annually an equal employment opportunity form that they are complying with all of the guidelines and ordinances of the city on an annual basis. So unless and until there are complaints, we do not have a reason to believe that companies are not complying.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions for staff? Seeing none, is there input from the public on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring discussion back to the bench. Is there further discussion on this item? If there is no further discussion, then the chair will recognize Councilmember Bluebog as this item resides in District 4.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm excited to hear about this growth and see the investment in your company in the city. And thank you very much for what you're doing here in Wichita. So I'd like to take the recommended action to close the public hearing and approve the first reading of the ordinance granting Metal Finishing Company, Inc., 100% tax exemption on the identified real property investments for a 5-year term, plus 100% tax exemption for a second 5-year term, subject to City Council review.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Tuttle. Clerk will open a roll. Members cast the vote. Have received 7 yea votes. That motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Golf System Management Services.
Welcome back.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Troy Hoffman, Director of Parks and Recreation. I also have members from Kemper here, Mr. Jeremy Goldblatt, Josh Lenzik, as well as Chris Toohey will be able to answer some questions after my presentation. Also staff members, Jay Hinkle, who also worked on the contract, as well as Mark Manning, who worked on a lot of the financials for us. So we have staff here available for questions. So some quick background. From 1999 to 2019, we saw the courses actually losing participation. Rounds dropped from 85% capacity to 50% capacity. In 2017, system experienced some deficits. We had a $180,000 deficit, which increased to $315,000 deficit in 2018. By 2019, we were experiencing $461,000 worth of deficits. And we actually used property tax revenues to maintain the golf operations. Citywide, the city was forced to close CLAP for several reasons. The lack of rounds was a very strong reason, as well as the overhead cost to maintain that particular golf course, as well as huge amounts of capital improvements that were needed. Let's see, the public and private golf courses throughout the United States have experienced decline rounds in revenue prior to COVID. We saw this across the country as we were sharing our experiences with other folks across the country. Having to explore how to make the game more relevant to younger audiences was one of our major goals, and other folks across the country were doing this as well, to try to revitalize the game. COVID has temporarily reversed the trends from the past 20 years, but the experts do not believe that the upsurge is sustainable without aggressive measures being taken by golf course owners. And that's something that we want to do here in Wichita. We want to increase our marketing, our food and beverage, have more tournaments, have more people more involved in golf, and teaching the game to more folks as well. So we did an RFP, was solicited for the management of the city golf courses, and that was in August of 2021. We received 7 proposals. The staff screening committee met on August 31st and shortlisted to 4 firms: Indigo, Kemper, Landscape Golf Management, and Orion. On October 28th, the committee interviewed and selected Kemper Sports to provide the management services. To go back really quickly, the committee had members of the community as well as members of staff on that. So we had really good representation across the community. So why Kemper? Kemper has a strong background with managing multiple municipality golf courses across the United States. They have an agronomist on their team. Their transition plan includes retention of staff, also utilizing our point-of-sale system as well as our mobile app. They will create an advisory board, whether it's the same advisory board we have now or something very similar. We had long discussions in regards to making sure that there was proper representation so that they could get good feedback on their operations. Existing connection with the community. The golf pro that will be coming over to manage Chris Toohey is very familiar with the community and has spent a lot of time in Wichita. And he is very excited to come back to Wichita to manage these courses. They also need to work with First Tee and the Wichita Golf Foundation, which I'll share a little bit more information in regards to a donation in a little bit. And they have the ability to make improvements to the golf courses. So some expectations and responsibilities, and we sat down and kind of looked at both sides of the table, and the expectations of Kemper was to meet the standards stated in the contract. We spent a lot of time going through the standards and making sure that they were going to be upheld, and we were very specific about what those standards are, including golf course conditions, maintenance and operations of our equipment, as well as our facilities. So we expect Kemper to communicate with our customers, and that was part of what we were discussing in regards to having an advisory committee or some kind of relationship with their stakeholders, and also having great customer service, but also communicate with our staff as well as our finance staff. We were expecting Kemper to provide us some feedback on CIP projects. They would be out there operating the courses and could see firsthand of what is the biggest priority, where we could get our biggest bang for the buck, what is really necessary to keep the lights on, making sure the grass stays green, and then move on to bigger and better things in regards to improvements for better operations of the courses. We expected them to develop a training program for staff, and that was one of the reasons why we were sold on them, is because they have a very robust training program that they go through with all of their courses across the country, everything from customer service to food and beverage, maintenance and operations. They do a lot of different trainings to make sure that their staff is very well trained. We wanted to make sure that they continue working with the youth organizations and other stakeholders to increase golf opportunities. With that, we wanted to make sure that there is growth of the game. That was one of the most important part of why they were selected, is because they wanted to make sure that these courses continue to operate at a high level and revitalize the concession area at each course. That was another reason why they were selected over some of the other bidders, is because they really have some great experience. They have brought some really good ideas and bring in more food and beverage revenue, as well as better menus, opportunities as well. So the city's responsibilities. Obviously offer great communication with Kemper. We would manage the capital projects with continuous improvement of the golf courses. So from their recommendations, we would share that with the Golf Advisory Board or whatever stakeholder meetings that we can work with, make sure that these capital projects are sustainable, and these projects would come to council for approval through our CIP projects. We would audit and review financial records, ensure standards are met within the contract, and as I mentioned before, I think we had very high-level standards that were outlined in the contract. Proposing any changes of rates, memberships, and other operational fees would come through us, through stakeholder engagement, and obviously eventually coming to council for a council vote if we're going to make any changes. Create an annual report and deliver that to the city council, and engage with stakeholders, listening to their opinions and concerns. So some financial considerations. In regards to food and beverage, the expense would be paid out of the operating fund. The city would keep 90% of the gross revenue, and Kemper would keep 10% for operating and maintaining the food and beverage system. The Pro Shop, Kemper's this would primarily fall on Kemper's expense. They would give 10% back to the city. This is a very similar arrangement that we already have with the golf pros, where the golf pros give 5% back to the city. A $10,000 donation to youth golf annually for 3 years, and that would be something that we would manage with First Tee as well as Wichita Junior Golf. So depending on the rounds and revenues, there's a strong pro forma with anywhere from $500,000 to $600,000 returning back to the city. The annual management fee is $200,000. And I'd like to also point out that with that, there's a shift of financial operations as well as marketing operations as well as IT operations. And so those fees that we regularly pay overhead back to the city would go away somewhere in the neighborhood of about $150,000. So that actually becomes a savings for the golf operating fund. Here is the pro forma that they provided and has a lot of details in regards to some of the different areas of their projections. We did spend lengthy conversations with the law department. They were very much involved with the development of the contract. We actually negotiated this contract over almost 2.5 months. And when we did take this to the park board, there was some public communication and some items that were actually changed in the contract after that meeting. So that good public engagement provided us with at least 5 different changes into the contract. And then we came up with the final draft. So the recommended actions is recommended that the City Council approve the management services agreement with Kemper Sports and authorize the necessary signatures. Before we go to questions, I do believe Kemper does want to have an opportunity to share some of their information. I'm going to invite Jeremy up here to start off, and after their presentation, we'll answer any questions.
Welcome. Jeremy Goldblatt with Kemper Sports. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for your time today. This is a culmination of a very lengthy interview, and I'd like to thank Mr. Hauptman and the members of the Golf Request for Proposal Committee and the Park Board that have led this very thorough and rigorous process. Kemper Sports has been managing golf courses for over 40 years. We currently manage over 120 courses, a quarter of which are publicly run by municipalities like Wichita. We understand from our 4 decades in the business that people are passionate about golf and their golf courses. I suspect we'll hear some of that passion today. That passion is our purpose. It's why we exist as a company and why we're here today. But before I hand it over to our president, Josh Lesnick, and Chris Toohey, our proposed general manager, I'd like to speak to the advantages of partnering with a company like Kemper Sports, and I'd also like to take a minute to address some of the misinformation that's been shared with the public of late. First, Kemper Sports was one of 7 companies invited to participate in an RFP. Our company was one of 4 asked for in-person interviews. We were unanimously selected by the RFP committee and approved by the park board on a vote of 5-1. The city of Wichita has conducted a transparent process from the beginning, including multiple opportunities for public comment, virtual Q&A, YouTube clips of every meeting. The city of Wichita has publicly shared all bid information and contract drafts. Numerous volunteers and public servants oversaw and conducted this public process with the goal of protecting the city's green space assets over the long term. Second, there was much discussion regarding an earlier proposal in which Kemper Sports would assume the food and beverage business and pay the city a rent. This structure is a traditional concession agreement. While the structure is no longer being contemplated, it is critical to set the record straight. Operational costs not only include costs of goods, but also include labor. Some have compared net profits with gross margins. Now, anyone who's run a business or been responsible for a P&L understands the 2 measures are not the same. Net profit is not the same as gross margin. Anyone who suggests that there was confusion about that is mistaken. Finally, I believe it's important to confirm what you are voting on today is not privatizing Wichita's 4 golf courses. It is a vote to hire a company with 40 years of track record, proven track record, providing professional management of these community assets for a sustainable future. Countless municipalities have made this choice as well. Under the proposed agreement, Kemper Sports will serve as a management partner. All decisions on pricing, budgeting, investments will continue to be made by the city. Kemper Sports will receive guidance from a golf advisory committee chosen and organized by the city and be wholly accountable to the city for its work. We will conduct surveys every year to ensure the city and its constituents are satisfied with our service. That is what working with a management company like Kemper provides the city. What you're voting on today is bringing in a specialized partner 100% focused on golf management to provide the city of Wichita expertise and strength in marketing and sales, operations, agronomy, staff recruiting and training, particularly vital these days, youth programming and national buying power, a partner that not only understands the passion of today's golfers, but is also adept at attracting new, younger, and more diverse golfers to experience the sport and feel this passion. During the city's lengthy due diligence process, the committee contracted several of Kemper Sports' municipal partners. Those partners provide multiple positive references for our operation, not just attesting to our proven results, but to our integrity and service-focused culture. Some of our municipal partners have worked with us since our company was founded. That does not happen without considerable oversight and transparency. Our reputation is so important to us. It is how it's been critical to our growth and to our company's success over 40 years. We implore you today to look at the facts and to make a decision based on those facts. Thank you again for your time. I'd like to invite our president, Josh Lesnick, up.
Thanks, Jeremy. Thank you for having us, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Obviously, we're very excited about the opportunity, and as the weather is so nice here, anxious to get started. There's a lot of work to be done, no doubt. I want to be very brief. Jeremy said a lot, and I know you're going to hear from Chris as well. So just, wanted to say that our company's a family business. It was founded by my mother and my father in 1979. And the very first course we managed was a municipal golf course in Vernon Hills, Illinois. And we still manage it to this day, some 40 years later. Jeremy alluded to that. I mean, our company is only successful when our clients are successful. That's our whole goal, is to be retained by our clients and have long-term relationships. In fact, just up the road in Newton, we've been partnering with the city of Newton for 16 years now. I'm sure you've all checked references or even talked to the golfers about how they feel about working with Kemper Sports. When you hire our company, you are going to get a proven leader who has had an incredible track record of success, who will be supported by a group of regional sales and marketing executives, food and beverage executives, merchandising executives, agronomy executives. Golf has become a sophisticated business, and that's why a lot of cities are turning to hire professional management. One of the areas that we really focus on is player development. We really appreciate the passionate golfers that have shown up today and previously to talk about your golf courses. But we need to look to the future. Who's going to play your golf courses in the future? June is Player Development Month for our company. So while we work with groups like the First Tee and Wichita Junior Golf Foundation, we really want to work with the community. I was inspired by the award for the rowing group today. That's exactly the kind of vehicle golf can be. We do it in other communities. We want to do it here. We hope in 5 years that the group of people here to talk about golf don't all look the same. They have different backgrounds. They're younger, and they're passionate about the game of golf and what it can do for them in their life and in their future. And we have very, specific things that we've talked to the First Tee about on how we can help accomplish that. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today. we're clearly really passionate about this opportunity, and we hope it's a successful vote today and we can get started working for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, Mayor, council members. First and foremost, as a former resident of New Orleans, happy Mardi Gras. And if I'm hired, I promise I'll give you some good Cajun cooking. My name is Chris Toohey, and I serve as a regional manager with Kemper Sports. I've enjoyed my 20 years of employment with this great company. Before I moved to the great community of Wichita, I served as manager down in New Orleans. I oversaw 4 golf courses right in the heart of the city of the Bayou tradition. And August 29, 2005, my story is going to be personal. On August 29, 2005, my world changed forever. The biggest natural catastrophe at that time completely decimated my property, decimated my home, and it uprooted me. And I felt at that time I was a man without a country. I can tell you that I wouldn't be standing here today as passionate and as hard as I've worked on this project if I did not believe in this company and if I did not believe in this community. Wichita became home, and it is home. And so it's hard not to get emotional because of how much I do care for this great community and this great company. And I look at 2 great organizations that could do some fantastic things in golf. I try each and every day to serve as a great leader and as a great example. I could share with you my experience in traveling throughout the 4 corners of this great country: Long Island, New York, Florida, Spokane, Washington, where I've done onboard assessments. I've taught customer service classes, I've taught leadership classes in this community, and it all just simply boils down to people. I stand here today and hope that we are given the opportunity to work with you as a true partner. The contract says 5 years. That's not long enough. I want to be here for 25, 30 years. I want to grow the game of golf, and I want to support the community, and I want to support these customers. I know there's many golfers in this room today, and I know they're going to speak, and I know many of them frequent Sand Creek Station. I think we live and just the last thing I would like to share with you is I do think that we live in a results-driven world. And I would hope that the 16 years of work that we've done at Sand Creek Station, hosting the last ever U.S. Amateur Public Links, bringing national championships, bringing golfers throughout the entire country to our community, that's only a morsel of the work that we want to do for Wichita. And we're ready. We're so ready to work for you. I want to thank you so very much for giving me this opportunity. And I stand for any questions.
See none. Thank you. Does that conclude the staff report? All right, so we will then open up for input from the public. Is there anybody here in the public? Oh, looks like I got some folks on the board. I apologize. Before we get to the public, I want to recognize Council Member Bluebog.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to go back and ask some questions on the staff report, specifically on the presentation, Troy, where it said proposes, the city's responsibility is going to be proposing changes to rates, memberships, and operational fees. And I just want to get a better idea as to what that's going to look like to the end user.
So Councilmember Blueball, one of the things we've been talking about has been increasing rates for some of the passes and possibly increasing rates for the golf carts. But we haven't done so yet because we want to get through this process first. But any kind of changes that we would make, if Kemper was on board, would go through that process. We would bring it to council and make those proposals to council for any kind of changes in rates. So that has an impact on the golf courses, but we want to make sure that goes through the process of engagement with any of the user groups, stakeholders, go through the park board for the recommendation and bring it back to council for any kind of recommendation of any changes in fees, particularly in regards to greens fees, cart fees, or any kind of maybe special event fees as well. Okay.
Just a follow-up on that we talk about rates. I think in 2019, there was a change, and this is before my time, there's a change in the way that golf fees are taken. They come out of an account, and that was supposed to help because it was monthly and access to the account was supposed to or projected to help the fund with golf become more independent. It worries me that if we're talking about making a change and then also talking about coming back and changing either the amount of money being paid with the fees or perhaps even the structure in which we're collecting those fees, are we, I guess, projecting that just 3 years out, we now might need to increase fees if we move forward with this, or?
So you're absolutely right. You're talking about the memberships that we put together. We brought that proposal to council. Council voted on it. The great thing about that is it really spreads the money across the whole calendar. So months of December, January, and February, we actually are getting revenue because we're actually pulling fees out of the bank drafts. So we have a more consistent revenue base across the whole calendar year. Now, we put that together, and there was a lot of discussion in regards to what should those fees actually be. And we wanted to go back and make sure that we review those, and we're looking at analyzing those. Some of those fees might not be quite enough because they're really a huge discount. But those would be all things that we would discuss and bring that back to council to see if the council would agree on that or not. There's a lot of different things that we do in regards to analyzing how these fees impact the operations. But we want to make sure that golf is sustainable. And so as we're seeing increase in costs, expenses, overhead, that kind of translates also to increase in fees as well. So that's something we analyze on a regular basis. And if it needs to be changed, we go through this process.
Councilmember.
Mayor, if I could clarify, I just want to make sure it's understood. Kemper has indicated it will not make any adjustments in fees in the first year. Right. And so nothing would change in terms of the current pass system, charges for carts or anything like that. And then if the council were to put together a new reconfigured golf advisory committee, they would work with Kemper to forward a recommendation to the council on fees. So I think there's an awareness of the concern about that, and that's why they would take a year just to analyze the finances of the operation.
And I assume that just a few years ago, when they did change the fees and the way they collect the fees and the membership structure, there was robust discussion about sustaining our golf system based on those fees, which concerns me if we're talking about making changes, particularly the privatization of the management or bringing in another partner, if now that is going to lead us to a different discussion that wasn't considered a few years ago when we changed the fee structure, that might result in higher fees for golf. So that's my concern. Is it seems like, and I know staff works really well looking at all the angles. So if just a few years ago this was the path moving forward, does a decision we make now today, could that possibly affect the work that has already been done and result in higher fees in the future? So
yeah, I don't think it's fair to suppose what would happen in the future. Frankly, I think it would bring stability to the finances. In the time that I've been here, we've had a number of changes in our fee structure, and the pass system was the most recent one that the council approved and implemented. And as I indicated, we'd need time to be able to evaluate that, but I wouldn't, at this point, assume that Kemper coming in is going to recommend any change in the pass system or a fee increase. I think they're going to spend time working with the Golf Advisory Board, trying to determine what the best structure would be for the system.
If I recall what you just mentioned, at least for the first year, they wouldn't be. How long is the contract?
5 years.
5 years. So was there discussion about freezing the fees for 5 years?
No. The check on all of this is the council makes the determination on fees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you, Bob. I was about to say, if my understanding was correct from reading this contract, we would have the final say on fee increases. So I had a couple questions. First, aside from the pandemic's impact on golf, when we saw an increase in users during that time, do you believe that increase in usage will continue beyond this year or next year?
I think it will continue to grow if we continue to develop the game. Having more foundational players come in, young players, diversity is really important to continue the growth of the game. We don't necessarily, we want to see the same golfers come every day. We appreciate them coming every day, but we need to expand that to other golfers as well. And if we do that, I think we'll see the rounds increase. If we don't do that, unfortunately, I think we'll see the rounds decrease. Because if we have the same golfers, they might lose interest, they might go play golf somewhere else or whatnot. But we need to diversify and use our golf courses for other opportunities for other users as well to come use our golf courses.
We know what our employees are saying, like how will they be impacted? Are they interested in working with Kemper as opposed to the city or relocating within parks somewhere else?
So I think that's a difficult decision for them to make. I've gained a little bit of feedback from them. Obviously, the familiarity of the job, the benefits that the city has, I think they're really concerned about what their future is going to look like. But I think Kemper has great opportunities for them as well. And I think that they just need to be able to have that discussion. For those individuals that don't want to go to Kemper, and particularly in the maintenance area, we can work with them to find opportunities within the city as well.
Looking through this contract, Kemper is offering quite a bit to the city. Maybe this question is for Bob. So what would it cost us annually to basically do what Kemper's doing and keep this within the city? And where would those dollars come from?
Councilmember, Mayor. At the request of several council members, we took a look at what it could cost us to operate the golf system with some of the same expertise that would be brought by Kemper. And what we found is that basically if we took the 2021 performance, filled all the current vacancies, and brought in a manager and some specialists, that we would probably result in about a $400,000 bottom line at the end of the year. So that's what we call a revised 2022 pro forma. That's compared to approximately $750,000 that Kemper anticipated for that same service in terms of return back to the city. So we would be short of a little over $300,000 from the Kemper performance.
Does that come from just their expertise and connections throughout the country, or is that something we could work on to try to catch up?
Maybe you want Kemper to talk about what they bring to the table and the difference. What we were trying to do is buy an expertise that we can't take it full advantage of the expertise of the company itself, all of its best practices, what it has done in other systems, its joint purchasing across their golf courses. That's, again, what we're trying to do is in this case, is stabilize and improve the condition of the courses with what we anticipated we could do it for.
Okay, and that $400,000 would include like fully stocking the pro shops and equipment and taking care of the golf courses, maintenance, turf, all of that stuff. We would still come out with the $400,000 if we invested in all of those things.
Yes.
That's all, Mayor.
So just a follow-up, can we go back on the slide that showed side by side the role of Kemper if we move forward and the role of the city? Because I just checked my packet, I don't have the slideshow here. So if we're talking about, I guess, what Kemper offers that the city currently isn't offering, so expectations. On this, is there something on the expectations of Kemper that particularly can be highlighted that we don't do well as a city?
If you'd like, I'd like Kemper to address what they believe the value proposition is, because they're probably in the best position after looking at what we're doing and what they do.
Okay. Sure. And then I would like to know, from a staff perspective, what, I guess, where is that extra $400,000? What is on the expectations at Kemper? That's something that I guess we can't do on our own. So I'd be interested just to expand on Councilmember Johnson's question. Sure.
Mr. Mayor, Jeremy Goldblatt, again with Kemper Sports. I mean, right now, the key would be, the challenge would be even if you said, you were able to hire those people, where would you find them right now? I think we have specialized regional agronomists, so the good news of that is you don't have to hire that specialty to have a local expert in agronomy. We would fly somebody in who'd be able to support the local superintendents, and then they would disappear, so you'd not hold that payroll. That's the same with HR. If we had an issue, we can bring in our regional HR executive. We have a full payroll and processing AP and payroll. So these are all systems that we have kind of centrally that you wouldn't bring here. Staffing, one of the questions, the challenges that I think the city would have is right now staffing is our biggest challenge. It's your biggest challenge, it's everyone's biggest challenge. We right now already have a proven recruiting process. We have people we can pull on from other locations in order to help get this off the ground. I mean, the golf season's a month away. I think the biggest opportunity we have is proven leadership. And I think in an early comment, someone said, well, you just find another Chris Toohey and bring him in here. And I can tell you from our experience, leaders like Chris are very hard to find and are extremely valuable and provide a wonderful return on investment and just great resources communities. So I think having good people is really the key. And it's not that we're smarter than anyone else. We've been doing it for a long time. We made the mistakes before. We know how to avoid them. And certainly our buying power on chemicals and fertilizers, food and beverage, retail, we get 15% better pricing than someone off the streets. I hope that answers your questions.
And since you brought up the employees and bringing in employees from other areas, the director just stated that, I'm quoting, employees are really concerned about what their future may look like. Have you guys reached out to our current employees, or are they concerned because they might not be able to become a part of our golf system if this contract goes forward?
Sure, I will ask Chris to come up and speak to that, but as he comes up, I will say we've taken over hundreds of golf courses, and our goal is to retain folks and retrain. We have a very competitive benefit system. Obviously, people who are on city plans, whether they're fully vested or not, something we want to be very careful for, but we provide a lot of training and advancement opportunities that you wouldn't get as an independent employee of the city. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. Chris Toohey again. To answer the question on staff, I have spoken to many of your head golf professionals and superintendents. I feel, collectively there is some concerns, which is understandable. As I had mentioned when I first came up, I have done many onboards assessments and helped this company with, growing our portfolio. This is very normal. This is very common. Change is hard. Change sometimes it's really tough to gravitate to. What I can tell you, and I'm speaking on facts, is that the majority of employees that we do convert to Kemper Sports absolutely love it. And I think of, a Colin O'Brien who's at Sim Park, who's a young man who I think the world of, who, I would love the opportunity to help Colin expand his skill sets and his knowledge, not only in just being a golf professional, but being a manager, learning about the facets of marketing and ops and agronomy and food and beverage, and teaching the team about, upselling. We're in a customer service world. And, again, just working as a true supporter of the team, that is my first and foremost goal. Is I know how hard the golf staff has worked. I've lived that fight in the past 2 years with COVID about no days off and lack of resources. We all heard that story with golf being overutilized and underserviced. And that was just the world we lived in. But as I think as COVID begins to, dwindle away and we get back to the normal, what are golf courses today doing to sustain the plan, the long-term plan. We all can talk about the stint of success that we've enjoyed the past couple of years. But the one thing that I'm working with my clients, my team, is what are we doing today to build and make sure that we're secure for many years to come?
Thank you. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you. This is a question for staff. In 2018, it showed that we were in the red, $315,000. What is the projected savings for closing Clap Park?
So that's a while ago. Councilman, I can't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head, but there was definitely savings in regards to the overhead costs and the equipment that needed to be replaced, but we were also able to move those rounds to the other golf courses. So we were losing money at Clap. We were losing quite a bit of money, primarily from the irrigation cost, water costs, and we were not bringing in enough rounds at all to really cover the expenses there. So it was the other golf courses that were actually covering the expenses for that golf course. So by removing that impediment, we were able to have savings, move those resources to the other golf courses, and actually move those rounds to the other golf courses. As I mentioned, we were looking at some major impact in regards to capital projects and improvements there. As you know, those bridges need to be replaced, and we were talking millions of dollars. The irrigation system needed to be replaced. We're talking millions of dollars. So we have some other items in there, and instead of dragging down the whole system, and we looked at what was the weakest link, I would say, with the least amount of rounds, and we could move that over to the other golf courses.
Would I be accurate in saying that we really haven't seen the full impact of closing Clap Park on the overall budget and product of Wichita Golf?
I would say that would be correct, but we have seen, obviously, increased rounds at the other golf courses. Now, I can't really measure how many of those were golfers from Clap that went over there, but I'm sure there's quite a few of them. We were able to move some of the equipment from Clap to the other golf courses, which saved us money. We were able to avoid the operational costs, which saves us money. We were able to move those capital improvements over to the master plan for Clap to change the whole landscape there. That's saving the golf fund money. So all those items put together really kind of has saved us money and really kind of has focused the operations into the other courses so we can make improvements to the other courses as well instead of dragging them down.
Thank you, Troy.
Yep.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I believe it was Josh who said this earlier that reminded me. The comment was made that we might fly in professionals to help us out, which reminded me that Article 5 of this contract, Section 5.2, out-of-pocket expenses, talks about the city reimbursing Kemper for expenses that shall include but shall not be limited to reasonable travel, air express, courier service, cost of recruitment, etc. So are we paying for those folks to come in, or would that come out of Kemper? Because if we're reimbursing, then we'd be paying for it, or would that not be counted?
You would not be paying for the individual's time, just for the trip if someone's going to drive in here for the mileage. So any out-of-pocket expenses, but not for the expertise time for the hourly.
And those people who would be coming in would be working for you?
Yeah, they're Kemper employees, but they would not be charged to the city.
So I'm just curious, and again, it's just a question. So if we're paying the management fee to you, why are we then paying also for their travel expenses?
Well, because that's an out-of-pocket expense. I mean, that's like any contract. If it's additional, we're not paying markup on that. So we have the expertise in there. We have people who are at your disposal if you need them. But to say every time we fly someone in that we're going to take that expense is not how these contracts typically work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is going to be for Kemper. I'm going to ask this question despite hearing your answer so far because I don't feel like this has been answered yet, so I'm going to ask it in a very straightforward way. My concern is this contract seems to limit the incentive for your business to increase revenues and keep expenses low because the contract makes the city responsible for those losses. What does Kemper plan to do to create incentives outside of this contract to improve outcomes and increase revenue?
I think one of the initial ideas behind a concession-driven contract was to provide those internal incentives. The city was not interested in that regard. Obviously, the current food and beverage where we get paid a 10% on top line certainly drives our desire to drive top line. But our biggest goal is retention here. It's a 5-year period is not a long time for our business. And so we're in resale mode day one. And so if we're not providing the returns here, you're going to kick us out. And so that is our incentive, and that's, what we've been able to, I think we renewed Sand Creek 3 times over the last, or 2 or 3 times. That is our goal, and that is how you hold us accountable. These contracts are not in perpetuity.
Great, thank you. And my next question is for Bob. I have received concerns from the public about terms of the contract. I would like to ask about the termination section. While the contract allows for termination by the city, it seems like the city would be prohibited by hiring our management staff to work for the city for a year after termination. So it seems as if there would be no way to terminate this contract and keep golf services running smoothly. Can you explain why city management felt this term was in the city's best interest? Anybody?
I'd like Jay Hinkle from Law to respond.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Council Member Ballard. Your question relates to the termination provision and not hiring individuals after they have left. Is that correct?
Correct.
The basis for, we have those kinds of provisions in many contracts that we have for the city. They're often in IT employee contracts. They're often in any kind of service contract where an entity brings its employees in to serve the city, and the protection is there for them so that they can bring their best to us without fear that those people are going to be pulled away, induced to work for the city instead of, in this case, for Kemper. So by agreeing to that provision, we are enticing Kemper to give us the highest quality of service that they can.
Okay, thank you.
So in practice then, just a follow-up, if, let's say the contract goes forward, Kemper takes some of our employees over, and then we decide not to, or future council decides not to move forward after the 5 years, we can't hire back our employees? Or, and I think the question with Councilmember Ballard was also, can we get in and start managing, or do we actually need time off where the courses go dark for a while? Just, if we can get some more clarity, I guess, on that section, that would be helpful.
Okay. Sure.
I believe since this was negotiated, it's any existing employees are exempt for that. So anyone we would hire on would not be a part of that protection. It would be only one we brought from the outside, folks like Chris, who we would protect in that regard. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I believe legal staff concurs. Councilmember Frye.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up on that. On section 11.6 of the contract, it says restrictions as to employees, and it specifically identifies a key employee of KSM, meaning the general manager or superintendent of the golf course is the only one that we would not be allowed to hire. That is the way I read this no compete. Every other employee would still be available to us. That this no compete is restricted to just Mr. Toohey. That's the way I read this. Is that not correct, Jay?
Yes, Brian, that is correct.
Yeah. So every employee would be available to us without a restriction of a year. I read it as just one. It says the general manager or superintendent of the golf courses, which that sounds like one person, not two.
Okay, I'm thinking it's two, general manager being the person in operations and superintendent being the person in charge of the.
Okay, then it should say and or, not or. So I read that as just one employee, but so I've had no compete contracts. I've dealt with them my entire previous career. I've been part of a no compete contract. So these are legalese terms that we have to be very careful of. But the way I read this, that any employee would be available to us except for this key employee by definition.
However, and I guess maybe I'm confused, it feels like the representative from Kemper, what was just mentioned at the microphone here was that any employee hired onward from after, I guess, the initial hiring of our employees, anyone after that would be subject to this contractual obligation. However, now it seems it's either one or two people. So, but what I catch? Please clarify so I can make sure I and everyone else understands
apologize.
this.
Yeah, it is typically key employees. It would be impractical to say that anyone who serves a hot dog couldn't move between those. It wouldn't be enforceable anyway, and that certainly wasn't our intention, so I apologize for any confusion there.
Thank you for clarification. Further discussion? And this is just for discussion with staff. Very good. We'll open up to public input from the public. So how this usually works is we don't really have a list. So if you want to speak in favor or against this proposal, just start making your way up. When someone is done speaking, then you can come up after they leave as well, and it goes by more orderly than I just described it. So you can speak once for up to 5 minutes, and also we ask you to say your name and your address if you're comfortable. We do know Celeste, but also please say your name and the process, of course.
All right, Celeste Reset. I'm a Wichita native. I was born and raised here. I founded the group called Save Century 2, which is a nonprofit dedicated to educating taxpayers about city decisions that affect them financially, including this one. The key here is transparency. Transparency means a situation where information is openly communicated. It means the information is clear, the contract terms are concise, and it makes sense. So first, the golf management contract presented today is different from the contract approved at the February 14th Park Board meeting. Terms have changed without explanation other than they were changed. Second, are the contract terms concise? No one seems to be able to put numbers on what this will cost taxpayers. In fact, today was the first day a number was given for the benefit of hiring Kemper of being roughly $300,000 as presented by city manager. What's involved in that number? What's the breakdown? Still don't have any details to this magic number that Kemper's going to bring to the table that miraculously will double our profits on the golf program. I'd like to see the support for that, and I would hope you would too. Third, does this make sense? Paying Kemper to oversee the city's 4 public golf courses would add to the expenses of managing the golf program. Of the bids received, this is the most expensive one. That doesn't make sense. Your vote will show today if you care about transparency. And to the public listening, City Council members are voting on giving Kemper Sports approximately $400,000 in fees to manage the city's golf courses. Their fee consists of 3 parts: $200,000 in a management fee, 10% of gross revenue for food and beverages, and 90% of pro shop equipment. And yes, I'm an accountant. I do understand the difference between gross and net revenue. And gross means that the city is picking up the tab for expenses, and Kemper is skimming off the top gross revenues for that food and beverage cut. That's what comes up to about $400,000 in management fees. Let's see, the city will bear the liability and the cost of running the golf courses, and I hope you understand that. All of the operating expenses are coming out of our pocket. Here's my transparency point city staff should answer. Missing in this presentation is profit the city golf program earned for the years of 2020 and 2021. It's interesting how the overhead screen projection that was presented by staff showed the loss in 2019 without showing the profits in the following 2 years. This is part of showing accurate and up-to-date data. The golf program is making money, and as was just explained in your questioning, closing CLAP actually helped stem losses in the golf program. So looking ahead, the golf program now is on track to make money. The golf courses that are open are doing fine. That was missing in these presentations. Public engagement is a major component of transparency. There were over 61 emails against privatization that were ignored at the park board meeting. Why were these not entered into public record? Why are you ignoring public input? I heard that City Council Member Ballard toured the Sim golf course and asked golfers for their opinion. Thank you for listening to your constituents. Overwhelmingly, they said, keep the golf courses under public domain. Each of the 4 city golf courses has a PGA golf professional running the course. Why were none of them included in the RFP process or in negotiations with Kemper, except if they were worried about losing their job? PGA professionals take certification and training, and to leave them out of the process, I think shows a lack of transparency in this entire contract negotiation. Again, why are you giving the contract to the most expensive firm? Why are you not giving them a percentage of net sales, not gross sales, net sales, so that they only get the profit made off of food and beverage, incentivizing them, as was pointed out by Ballard, to have efficiencies in operations? This contract doesn't make sense. And why are they getting gross accounts receivable as payment? It should be on a cash basis, not accrual basis, in case any of those accounts receivables fail and are past due or not paid. Doesn't make financial sense. There's been a variance in the contract. There's no transparency. It doesn't show a clear advantage to the public. And all you really need to do is fill the golf director position that has been left empty for what, over a year? And I think all of the advantages listed by Kemper could be met by that golf director. It's sort of like the vacancy of the internal auditor position. You need to fill staff in order to run this city efficiently. Thank you.
Celeste, if you would indulge, could you,
Sure.
I was unaware that the park board approved contract is different than a one.
Yes.
Can you tell me just briefly what the differences are? Is it
Sure.
grammatical, or is it more
It's the
formative,
terms
or
of
is
the-
it
Sure.
terms? Yes.
Terms of the contract flip from 90% of gross food and beverage to 10% gross. And that was a significant concession. I'm glad at least they made that in their contract proposal, because if they had kept 90% gross, we would have eliminated any profit from the golf program at all, because that would have added approximately $400,000 to their collected fees.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions?
Doesn't seem to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Niall Dillmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been some time since I've held that title, and I believe you quoted me earlier.
It has quite the impact on me, sir.
Yes, something to the effect that if it ain't broken, we'll try our best to break it. Yet I feel like in general that's kind of what is going on here with the golf system. You know, the city has mentioned time and again that they're concerned about the impact the COVID has had on the golf division and the golf revenue. believing that because of COVID, there was more reason to participate in outdoor sports. And so when COVID goes away, the concern is that the fund will continue to go back to losing money. That's a good reason, I suppose. They want to bring in a private contractor. But if you're not going to incent that contractor, they don't have any skin in the game in terms of if they're going to raise revenues, then they should get a cut of that. But a flat fee, they have no risk. No matter what happens, they're going to get their $200,000. You had mentioned that what happens if Kemper goes away and what happens to these employees. I'm going to quote from the contract that those employees include the general manager, superintendent, controller, director of golf, head professional, or assistant superintendent of the golf courses. That's about everybody. You lose Kemper, you lose golf. Lastly, the city claims that they just lack expertise. But, you know, the city runs a fire department, police department, city water, and all of these functions require a great deal of expertise. But we're led to believe that the city cannot find expertise to run 4 golf courses. That doesn't really shine well for the city of Wichita. So I would encourage you to reject this contract, lift the hiring freeze, recruit a golf manager for the city, and let's put this to rest. Be done with it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Representative. Next speaker, yep. Welcome, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Tom West. I live at 27 East Stonebridge Circle here in Wichita. You might know me as I'm the president of the board and the founder of First Tee. But I'm going to talk to you a little bit more away from what, of course, we would want someone of Kemper's caliber to come in and help build the game of golf. We think that's good for everybody. But I want to talk about, for a moment, from another point of view. I'm a lifelong Wichitan, born and raised here. I love this city and I love the game of golf. I think I can come to this from a different perspective. Number one, back in the early 90s, I was president of the board of Willow Bend Golf Club. And in that process for over 2 years, I was privy to the financials and the operations of a private golf course, or just running any kind of a golf course at that point. Then fast forward in 2017 through 2019, I was a member of the Wichita City Golf Advisory Committee. And in that process, or in that time frame, I learned a lot about how the golf courses were operated, and especially the financials of that situation. So I think I can come to this from a little bit broader perspective. When you talk about COVID, there was what I would term a COVID dividend in 2020 and 2021. The number of rounds increased, obviously revenues increased, and this followed very closely to the national trends. However, prior to that, this is where our memory tends to be a little short. Prior to 2020, we were showing deficits year after year. And that created a lot of other problems. Money had to be pulled from the general fund to take care of those deficits, but also it created millions upon millions of dollars of deferred maintenance to these golf courses. The reason that happened is primarily because of what I would term the inherent structure of city government and processes and procedures. And it put an extraordinary burden, financial burden, on the golf enterprise system. That if that system, the golf courses are removed from that burden, all of a sudden you open up all sorts of opportunities to grow and improve those golf operations. Let's talk about, I'm going to put my financial advisor hat on because that's what I do in my other life. Think about what we're facing right now. Inflation is at a 40-year high. The price of gasoline's approaching $4 a gallon. Yes, people are going back to work because COVID is in remittance, so to speak. But those inflation and $4 gasoline is a hidden tax to the American people and to the people of this community. So there will be, at some point, a reduction in the number of rounds played. It's just going to happen. And I would propose that right now, professional management is what you need. They're most capable in managing in very difficult situations. When revenues are high, rounds played are high, you can make mistakes and you can still come out looking pretty good. But when times are tough, that's when professional management is most valuable. I want to bring up, this is something that, from the First Tee standpoint, I have a lot of respect for Mr. Hauptman and his staff. We have worked together tremendously since First Tee started almost 7 years ago now. And I would imagine that with or without Kemper in there, we'll still have that same relationship. But I believe hiring Kemper really improves the opportunities for these courses and improves the opportunity for growth of the game, both from just general populations and a true emphasis on diversity. Okay? One final thought. Wichita, I would call us a very proud city. However, think back probably 15, 20 years ago, we weren't necessarily that way. I would say in a certain way, we had somewhat of an inferiority complex. You might be in an airport, someone asks, where are you from? And they go, and you say, Wichita. They go, oh, okay. Where now, we're proud of where we come from. And that comes from things like the new Eisenhower Airport. That's a state-of-the-art airport in our country. It comes from a situation with like Intrust Bank Arena, one of the best arenas in the Midwest for bringing all sorts of entertainment to our area. And now of late, it comes from something like Riverfront Stadium, which who would have thought we would have a state-of-the-art baseball complex like we do now? Those are things to be very, very proud of. I'll make one other comment with that. And now you can actually drive from far east Wichita to far west Wichita and not be hit with an orange cone or a detour. So there's a lot of positive things that are happening for this community. I sincerely believe that having a high-quality golf course complex can be the next step in that process. Finally, very, very quickly, from First Tee standpoint, we're all about growing the game and growing the game for all kids, regardless of where they come from. Kemper Sports has spent 40 years in this business of growing the game and managing golf courses. They're going to bring 40 years of experience and best practices to Wichita. But most importantly, they've got a long history of growing the game and growing junior golf and providing opportunities for all kids, and especially in using programs like Wichita Junior Golf Foundation and First Tee. So I strongly urge you to vote for really what I would call a new beginning for Wichita Public Golf. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, got a gotta be quicker than that, Dale. Welcome.
Council, Mayor, appreciate you. Michael Ward, 1050 North Armor, District 2. I am a product of Mac Park Junior Golf Program. I debate this time every year on joining a private golf course, and I do not, because I'm a believer in municipal golf, and I'm a believer in the character of our city golf courses, despite what they lack in quality. I am also the founder of Lowside Golfwear. I think that's relevant, a national apparel brand. I sell golf-themed apparel all over the country from right here in Wichita. I want to talk to Kemper's credibility, and I know that was mentioned in a newspaper article over the weekend. I know they've addressed it very eloquently today, but I think it's important to highlight their integrity and their credibility. This is a group that, as they mentioned, manages 45 municipal golf courses throughout the country, 80 courses that are public, and over 120 courses, as they have mentioned. This is a group that we, as a golf advisory committee, brought in to evaluate RFPs and were chosen as the best option of 7 management companies. They eloquently stated what they thought they could do. They came to every meeting. They listened on every Zoom call. They never had any idea if they would even get this opportunity. And they provided all of the value that they could from their lens to us every step of the way. I called the GM of Round Rock, Texas, a municipal golf course, and asked him what he thought about Kemper. And he said, Kemper has great people at every level of the organization. Our course is supported as if it is the only course Kemper has. I think there's no doubt a group of Kemper's nature has the ability to manage a contract in a municipality like Wichita, Kansas. I also think it's important to note, and I've heard CLAP get brought up today as a champion for why our system is possibly succeeding, and I think that's funny because 3 years ago, there are quotes from the same newspaper article and same newspaper that wrote an article this past week talking about the demise of CLAP and people fighting to save it. This is not what they wanted. And the quotes around the demise of CLAP Golf Course say, give me one second. The quotes around the demise of CLAP Golf Course complain that mismanagement was what led to the downfall of CLAP. And there was even recommendations of bringing in an independent outside agency like the National Golf Foundation to review the public golf division and make recommendations to the city of Wichita. The National Golf Foundation, before those comments were made and multiple times since, have nominated Kemper Sports Properties for high marks of customer satisfaction and loyalty awards at municipal golf courses throughout the country. There's no doubt they have the credibility and the integrity to come do this. I have 3 asks for you guys. The first one is to not let the last 2 years think you know how to run golf courses. That's a matter of circumstance, not by choices. And we're gonna get ourselves in trouble if we take that mentality forward, thinking we can sustain this. Number 2, don't let the voices you hear represent the greater golf community, myself included. The most important person in these conversations, the guy who seeks to benefit the most, is the guy who plays on Saturday morning and maybe on Thursday afternoon, and that's the only time he has to get out. He can't sit in City Hall and talk about what he wants. but he deserves better. The city has a chance to give him better or her better, and I think we are in a position to put something better in front of that individual. And lastly, I'm going to ask you to invest in Wichita. I've read your campaigns. I looked at most of your websites, and many of them say some version of the same thing: prosperity, fighting for your constituents, a better Wichita. My own councilwoman, Ms. Becky Tuttle, we must seek visionary and viable options for how we think Wichita should look in 5, 10, 15, and 20 years. This isn't a decision about Kemper sports. They are a means to an end. This is a decision about the people of Wichita. This is a decision about the golfers in Wichita. This is a decision about the future of Wichita. And selfishly, for me, this is a decision about a 3-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl who like playing golf with their dad at public golf courses. And we have a chance to give them something 30 years from now, where maybe they sit in this same chamber and talk about what the golf system was for them growing up and how it was a lot better than their dads and a lot better than their uncles and a lot better than their cousins and a lot better than their grandparents. I hope you make the right decision. I hope you don't pick Kemper. I hope you invest in Wichita by choosing them and making this decision. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, I am Dale Goter, 2625 West Cornelison. I live in District 6. I play a lot of golf. There's some other folks here who play a lot of golf. I'd like to introduce them before my time starts, Mr. Mayor, and I'd appropriate every one of their 5 minutes to finish my presentation if that's necessary. These are the people that Mr. Ward just described as not relevant, that you don't listen to. He says listen to somebody else. I'd like them all to stand, and I'm going to read their names, and if they'd raise their hand just so they can be acknowledged for taking the time to come here to weigh in opposition to private management. Dave Macy, Gene McCassell, Jeff Bain, Robert Risser, Collie Rowland, Shelley Rowland, Roger Foss, Kelly Foss, Carl Woods, Jenny Bloom, Carl Woods again, I'm sorry I wrote it down twice, Jake Boyle, Pat Stivers, Don Arnold, Sharon Aday. A couple of them are leaders of the organized golf programs at Auburn Hills. Several of them play in other groups around the city. They are the people who are the lifeblood of public golf. I don't know where this comes from, where they say they shouldn't be listened to. The 61 emails that Celeste referenced were sent to the park board and were not formally acknowledged. There have been hundreds of emails and internet comment against private management. You've seen them. The support for private management is very limited, and you've heard those supporters today. All right, let me just make a few comments here. The message from these folks is very simple, 3 parts. 1, abandon this private management effort, put that to rest. Instruct the manager to immediately pursue an expedited process to hire a golf division manager, filling a vacancy that's been there for many months and has caused considerable damage to our golf system. The new manager should be signed to a multi-year contract to ensure that quality applicants will respond and not be threatened by the manager's ongoing campaign to privatize local government. Lastly, establish a golf leadership board that reflects the true stakeholders in this discussion, namely representatives of various public groups like we're just looking at here. That board should take the place of the park board and the golf advisory board, who are disconnected from the public interest and are dominated by non-golfers and country club golfers. It isn't a complicated argument. If you take golf division dollars, you spend them on a management company, those dollars are unavailable for the betterment of the system. If you hire instead an internal golf manager, those dollars stay in the golf division account. Now understand, this isn't a contract to manage the golf system. This is a contract to assume the responsibility for managing the golf system. The management comes from the person like Chris Toohey, the person you hire, who's that hands-on frontline person. That's important, because all you're paying for is for somebody to take the responsibility to hire that person. We're talking about sending $500,000 a year to a company for that single responsibility of filling that position. In comparison, the manager makes $250,000 a year and manages a $670 million budget. We're talking about a $5 million budget, and you're gonna pay somebody $500,000 a year to assume the responsibility. All the costs of the operation are in the division budget. The the maintenance, all the costs are in that budget. They don't come out of that management fee. So it's just the bottom line is, why send our money to Chicago when we need to keep it here to help our golf courses thrive? Everything you saw on that expectation list, that can be accomplished with a competent manager. There's been a reference to the 20-year decline, and I'm tired of that one, and I wish the manager would come off of that. The decline started in 2014. In 2013, we recorded 186,000 rounds of golf. That's 20,000 more than last year. Golf budgeted revenue, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, in 2014 was over $5 million. The decline started at that point. So there has been a decline, there's no doubt about it, but it coincides with some other factors that you need to think about. I'm sorry, I need to get parched here. Okay, that's the point. I've talked to Mr. Ferris. You've all heard from him. We're in lockstep on this. The point is, why spend money elsewhere when it's needed here, and we can do the job. We've done it in past years. Okay, that's the second argument here. The element is this elephant in the room. Brief mention was made to it, the article in the Eagle, and the dispute over how much money we made last year. Kemper, their executives, in comments, recorded video, exact words, said you made $75,000 profit in food and beverage last year. That's on the video, it's in the news article. So the next day, I emailed Mr. Hauptman, I said, can you tell me the expense and revenue numbers? And he sent it to me the next day, surprisingly enough, and it showed expenses and revenue. Revenue 2021 was $479,000. Expenses, $195,288. Some other expenses, $7,400. Net, $277,000. Not $75,000, $277,000. How can you make that big of a mistake? How can you go from 75 when the number is published by your own director saying it was 277? Reference was made to that number there's a labor cost. We talked to various golf staff and others who are familiar, and we said the maximum amount of labor cost you might need to fulfill that is probably $40,000. That's hiring a person at each golf course for 3 days a week during the 8-month prime season, paying them $9 an hour. You're not going to hire anybody else to do that. I mean, that's all it really involves. And here's the irony of it. If you're going to discount that $277,000 because of labor, he's had a hiring freeze in place for the entire year. How do you have a labor cost when you had a hiring freeze? The reason that money was raised because those people at the golf courses have been spectacular in keeping the place running under duress with no sufficient staff. They brought in $480,000 in food and beverage revenue in a skeleton crew with virtually no support from the manager. And that just shows the potential of what can be done if you just do the right thing, hire a competent manager, put leadership board in place so there's accountability in it, and I think we'd be done with the discussion. The reference was made to why don't we acknowledge the big number? How much exactly is Kemper going to take home every year? I took this to the park board, gave it to every member, just tried to show the relative difference between how much Kemper's going to get paid here and what the others bid. No other of the other 3 finalists said, we're going to take food and beverage money. One of them told me, and I called every one of them just to see what their take was, one of them said it just doesn't seem appropriate to do that. They say, you pay us the management fee, we run the courses, end of discussion. Not Kemper. And actually, these guys kind of tip their hat to Kemper for being so aggressive in coming forward and say, we're going to take your, not just the $200,000 management fee, we're going to take your concession money, and we're going to take your clubhouse merchandising money. That net is going to be at least $500,000 a year. So, and the park board would not acknowledge these numbers. I hope you do. I hope you make somebody explain why is it a good deal And how much better, Mr. Hauptman said all these finalists were great companies. Said it during one of his videos. They're all great companies. Why would you pay one of them almost 3 times the other low bidder? I hate talking about this part of the newspaper article and that disparity and the misinformation, the deceit, the false statements that were made, because it really should all go away when you just say, all right, let's just put this to sleep. Let's hire a competent manager. We will be so supportive of that. They will be welcomed into the conversation again, perhaps. And as Mr. Dillmore said, we can just move on and go back to playing golf. These folks gave up a great day to play golf to be here, so I hope you understand the sacrifice involved here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hi, guys. Eddie Fonestock, 6528 East Oneida, also in District 2. I am the president of the Park Board, also the chairman of the Golf Advisory Committee. I've been working on this particular project for, excuse me, for about 2 years now. I know it's been longer than that. Mr. Frye, was it 10 or 12 years ago that you went through this process as well? We decided to hire a golf manager, and here we are again. So my concern is if we go down that path, again, we're just kicking the can down the road. We're going to revisit this in 5 years, 10 years, whatever it may be. Like Michael said, I plan on being here playing golf here for 30 to 50 years in the future, and raising my kids on these golf courses, and I hope I can provide them an exceptional experience. Obviously we've seen a lot of pushback. I believe there's a lot of reasons for that. One being just some misinformation out there, and the other one being that big word, that privatized word that comes with a certain stigma with it. This is a management partnership. I've gotten to know these guys, the Kemper guys, over the last couple of years. I've known Chris, Mr. Toohey, since my college days, playing up there in Sand Creek. He's been fantastic, and getting to know these guys has reassured me and provided confidence that they will do an exceptional job for the city, so that we can continue to move forward. Maggie, I read your emails that you sent to the Park Board on February 14th. A lot of them were concerned about the pros and the possibility of them leaving. I believe the opportunities that Kemper will be able to provide them will be able to move them forward and grow in their respective fields, whether it's a superintendent, a pro, what have you. So when we started this process, I made sure that 3 things were prioritized. We protect our existing staff, make sure we take care of them. It wouldn't be fair to them to work their butts off for the last 2 years during COVID with short-staffed, long hours. It's very, very difficult in the golf industry. So number one, we got to protect them. I believe Kemper will provide opportunities across the board for that to happen. Number 2, take care of the course conditions. I can't tell you how many times I've been out to Mac Park, Sim Park. Some of the green situations, the pitch marks in there, they're a little ridiculous. They could be better. The sand traps are in rough shape. The teeing grounds are, there's divots all over the place, broken tees, cigarettes, trash. So I believe Kemper would be able to come in and utilize some of their best practices. A lot of that is staffing as well. So being able to rely on their talent pool that they can pull in here, that would be a major help. And then also create an environment and a community of golfers to attract and retain golfers to the municipal golf system. I think that's important to grow the game not only grow the game, but better the game as well. Their work with the First Tee and other junior golf leagues, I have full confidence that they will continue to do that, provide fun marketing ideas that they can bring in that they have seen work at other places, bring in. And, I think one of their ideas was a 5 and wine night, which sounds like a lot of fun. If people wouldn't normally get out there to play 18 holes, maybe they'll play 5 holes and get them hooked on golf. So I implore you to take the park recommended action. It was 5-1, I believe somebody mentioned that, in favor of Kemper, and invest in our future. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Hey, Eddie, real quick. Thanks for being here. Just a quick question. As the Park Board President, Golf Advisory Committee Chair, do you have the belief and maybe faith, because you mentioned we were here 10 years ago, do you think we could actually make this work on our own, the investments in the courses you talked about? Is that a substantial effort that you think we could do right now?
Keeping it internal?
Yeah.
I don't believe the processes put in place are conducive to a successful system. I believe we need outside experts to come in and show us what they got. It is a 5-year contract. There is an off-ramp. If they don't perform, which I don't foresee that happening, we can go another route. But right now, I believe they are the best option. And it was unanimously stated that they were selected in the selection process. I can't remember what date that was, but sat in there and interviewed 4 companies, and they were unanimously selected from city staff. Manager Layton, you were in there, I was in there, and then a few others, so, from the community.
Okay, and then I know you're not speaking for the whole park board on this, but we talked about some changes that happened between the park board meeting and today. How do you feel about those?
Well, as Kemper mentioned in the meeting, they're good with it either way. That was just their standard approach to the process. I thought it would incentivize them more, so that's why I made the recommendation I made. Then it was presented to me after the meeting, and I was good with it since it is a substantial sum of money. So since they said they were good either way, I'm good with it either way.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Was the park board vote unanimous?
It was, which vote?
Well, you just mentioned that the process, everyone was unanimous all the way up to this point.
Sorry, I'll clarify that. The selection committee put together to interview the 4 firms that we shortlisted. That was a unanimous selection in there to recommend Kemper to the GAC and the park board. The park board vote on February 14th was 5-1, and I believe it was your appointee that was the dissenting vote. And he mentioned that, he wanted to see a city-run process or a proposal from the city, which brought me back to 12 years ago of kicking this can down the road, and here we are again.
12 years ago, because we've been running the golf courses as a city longer than 12 years, I believe. I think it's in our entirety, so.
Yeah, Brian, do you care to elaborate
you were
on that?
referring to Brian, okay. Yeah. Earlier in the conversation, you mentioned that okay, now I get it. Sorry for the confusion.
You're fine.
There's no one on the board. We'll let you sit. I apologize for.
No, you're fine. Thank you, guys.
Too many questions, I guess. Further input from the public.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you all. Robert Risser, 140 South Maple Dunes. Golf about 65, 75 times a year. I'm not going to do. One thing we're going to do is we're going to ship $250,000 a year out of state, $200,000 in the management fee, and $50,000 for food and beverage. That's leaving the state of Kansas, not just the city of Wichita. So over the course of this contract, we're going to move $1.2 million out of the city of Wichita Golf Fund and put it somewhere else. Are we going to get something for that? Absolutely. But we're going to pay for that. and it's not a sin to make money. So we're gonna go and ship off $1.2 million over the term. The biggest issue I have here is the amount, and it's a massive amount. Kemper has actually referred to it themselves, of deferred maintenance that's been built up over the years. Kemper does have a solution to fix that. The city will still have to approve addressing the deferred maintenance. Kemper doesn't have a magic wand to make it go away. They're going to show up with fleets of equipment. So I guess the question we have is, what's going to make Kemper force the city to do that? Is there anything in the contract that does that? No, because again, much like the ice rink where I coach, the city ultimately approves all large expenditures. So I think we need to ask ourselves, are we going to support the golf system, regardless of who's in charge? Because if you don't, you're going to get what I got last Sunday when I was done after playing hockey, a cold shower, because the city wouldn't run the ice rink properly and put a team in charge and then underfunded the ice rink. So those are the two things I have to say. I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Welcome.
Sean A. Day, 1302 South Lark Lane. Dale Goder spoke for, so I'm going to speak very briefly. There's been a lot of talk about money, but I think the main purpose of municipal golf for over 100 years has been to provide access to golf for people who don't afford or choose to play country clubs. And I think the main motive for any management company to come in here and increase profits will be to promote more tournaments. And I don't see any provisions in this contract to respect the access of the public to our golf courses and to provide for the men's and women's groups who have done so much to promote golf in this town and to include more people in golf in this town and to respect their time on the golf courses. None whatsoever. No provisions at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment? Go ahead and conclude input from the public. We'll bring discussion back to the bench. I will start off with a question for the manager. The Beacon, Wichita Beacon, which is a nonprofit media source, had an article about the forum for feedback that we apparently are utilizing a more sophisticated online forum to solicit feedback. And they state in their article that one of the first major projects was to ask golfers about the proposal to hire a private management firm to oversee the city's courses. According to the article, when it was posted on February 18th, the majority of golfers who interacted utilizing that forum were against the privatization. And I just wanted to know if there's an update on that online tool. Did we get more input from folks who golf our golf courses?
Mayor, we did get robust participation on the forum. I think there were folks who expressed opposition. That's probably the majority of the people that were in the forum. There were a number of comments or questions that were raised. And so as the staff, what we did is we put together a response to the major themes from the forum, sent it out to all the golfers that we had email addresses for, including those that participated in the process. So we wanted their feedback, we wanted to respond, and then here today, I think you're hearing from golfers in terms of their response to what we sent out in response to the forum.
Okay, was there any indication of shifting of attitudes when the city communicated directly with golfers? And I ask this because the majority of the people who came up to you said yes seemed to have more more of a inside perspective on the system of golf, or the management of golf, and the folks who have said no are the ones who play golf. That seem to be their tie to our courses. So I'm interested to know, is there a larger sample that we can lean on, folks who more play golf, who are looking for the experience that we're providing, or any changes to that experience, if we have any more tools to gauge their feedback besides what we receive in our own email boxes.
Other than the forum, no, we didn't do a survey of golfers, which would probably be the step that you're talking about.
Further discussion. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. One of the speakers earlier mentioned that by hiring Kemper, we would lose $1.2 million. But Bob, you also mentioned a gap between what the city's doing now versus what Kemper could potentially do for us of about $350,000, right?
I want to clarify, that is if we were to bring in expertise to try to accomplish what Kemper is. We can run the course for less than that. The course is less than that. So it's not a comparison with what we're doing today versus Kemper. It was trying to get as close as we could to an apples and apples comparison.
Okay, but if we did contract, the projection was about $750,000 a year.
No, excuse me, the difference is about $300,000 a year.
So if we took that, I just wrote down $350,000, but if we took that over 5 years and we did not contract with Kemper, that's a $1.75 million loss based on the number that you gave, that difference between what they could do versus what we're doing.
Lost potential revenue.
Yeah.
It's 1.5 million. It's roughly $300,000 a year over a 5-year period.
So not 350, 300,000.
300,000.
I'm a little confused with that exchange. Are we saying that is the projection of the financial savings weighed not if we go back to running the system with a professional hired like we have done for over 100 years, but if we actually try to match everything that Kemper would offer, it would take us $1.5 million to duplicate Kemper, but that doesn't mean it takes $1.5 million to duplicate the golf experience that we currently have. Does that make sense?
Yes. And so in our analysis, what we did is we created what we called a 2022 City of Wichita Sustainability Model, right, or a sustainable model. We would fill all the current vacant positions, which would include a golf division manager. We would bring in an expert on turf maintenance. We would bring in an expert on food and beverage, and we would increase our marketing support. So again, trying to put our best foot forward on managing the system.
Okay. Further discussion. So my mind goes back to the employees. I feel that we've had a lot of folks have come and talked about how well our system has been going the last 2 years during COVID, really on a bit of a skeleton crew. Last year, we've taken the initiative, not just last year, but during COVID, to make sure our employees still got raises. Last year, we increased the base pay for all of our employees to $15 an hour who are full-time. We really do value our employees, and particularly those who kept working during COVID. I'm still a little concerned about the director's comment about how there are employees who are concerned, and also I'm a little worried about switching our employees over to a private management company when it comes to vetting, when it comes to spending a career with the city is different benefits-wise, pension, than it is going private. Are the salaries comparable with what our employees are being paid now? if we move forward with this, or would they be taking a pay cut? Are we voting today to potentially give our employees either a pay cut who run a golf system or a pink slip? As I guess gets right down to the crutch of my question.
Yeah, I think that's an answer for Kemper.
I can't speak to the benefits for the city because they're not transparent to us, but from a salary point of view, often cases we pay more. We're in a market based, and right now retention and recruitment is our number one focus. So, and it's not just those benefits, but the ability to grow in the system and be promoted. Thank you.
All right, further discussion, Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Struggle, I think, for me is that financially this makes sense to go with Kemper. It addresses every issue I've heard over the last couple of years. Initially, complaints about the city running the golf courses and not doing a good job about it and all of the maintenance. And getting more activity and expertise. That's what I've been hearing. Most of the folks that have reached out to me are in support of Kemper as well. But then there's betting on ourselves that we could do different, and it's hard to take that bet, hearing that for the last 10 to 12 years, that this could have happened a decade ago, and we wouldn't have had the issues I heard about. And if we go with that again and believe that we could do it, we're, again, trying to hope that we see positive change and that this trend continues past the last 2 years. Or we could go with the expertise that would ultimately result in more money coming in investments in our golf courses. But like the mayor said, also the employee piece is difficult as well. So I just wanted to voice that. That's, I guess, the difficult position I find myself in, seeing that this probably is the right course of action to take, but also should we bet on ourselves?
Councilmember Ballard.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank Kemper for their willingness to participate with the public during this process. You've done everything the city has asked you to do, and I want you to know that I appreciate your efforts. However, it seems like this contract isn't a good deal for the city, and my vote isn't a negative reflection on your company in any way or ignoring your other successes, but as a council member, my job is to approve contracts that are in the best interest of the city, and I don't think this contract accomplishes that goal, so I will not be voting to support this contract.
Councilmember Frye.
Thank you. And I appreciate Councilmember Johnson channeling his best Fred Van Vliet with the bet on yourself. So, Mr. Fonestock addressed this earlier. You know, I was in his position 10, 12 years ago, back in 2012. 2011, when we had the same issue come before us then. Do we look at a struggling golf system and how to best sustain it? And we looked at multiple firms, including Kemper at that time. And I believe Kemper was the choice at the time, but the council chose not to, decided to stay internal, bet on ourselves. And there's a lot of attention. A lot of golfers came out. I was in front of 300 golfers at Boston Rec Center with a lot of the same questions and concerns about, our fees going to go up, or is there going to be limited play? What about the deferred maintenance? And at that time, we were suggesting raising fees $1 a round. And it was a lot of great discussion and discourse. Council at that time chose to stay internal, and we had a fantastic 2013. Everything was great. The weather was fantastic. The attention, the passion for golf was evident, and people turned out. Dale's right, we had record rounds, and it was great. But then the wheels came off in 14, and 15, and 16, and we saw the numbers here earlier. And then COVID happened, and wow, fantastic! Look how great golf is back. I don't want to bet on that again, right? We can't sustain that. I've had 3 guiding principles the entire time I've been on council. 1, what's the infrastructure, stuff that we're proud of? Our courses are legacy courses, but they're not in the best shape. And we know we had deferred maintenance. The only way we're going to get that is because this is a golf enterprise fund, and we need the money generated by golf to make those improvements. So we have to have infrastructure we're proud of. Sustainability, I just mentioned that. What's our long-term financial responsibility to the system, to our neighbors? We have a couple more years like we had in 17, 18, and 19. You can forget it. We'll be talking about closing more courses, right? So we got to do something now that's different than what we've been doing. And finally, the third principle I've always had is maximizing our return. Are we getting the most bang for our taxpayer dollars? In this case, for the golfers. I hear the concern about taking the money out of the market. I get that. But we're getting expertise. We're getting level of, not influence, but buying power, agronomy, marketing, merchandising, things that we don't have now. And yeah, we can go out and find us a rock star. I think they're hard to find. But that one person is not going to be able to do everything that a Kemper can provide. So I think it's time to change the course of action. No pun intended there. But to do the same thing that we've been doing just doesn't make sense anymore. No matter what the decision today, I did hear something that I'd really like us to consider, and that's to create a leaner, flatter organizational structure. And I'm not suggesting we go back to the way it was when it was under the finance division. But with golf being an enterprise fund, having a board of governors, working with the golf manager, whether it's internal or Kemper, to create a more limber and agile system to respond to market condition, to listen to what our golfers are saying and those opportunities, instead of the lengthy delays we've been having over the last few years. Ever since we started the Golf Advisory Committee, it's been one layer after another between City Council, Park Board, Golf Advisory, and now this proposal has another advisory board selected by the Department of Park and Recreation. We don't need 4 layers to be able to respond to what our golfers are saying. We need to be much leaner, and if anything comes out of this, I'd hope we'd consider a golf board of governors that could help us make quicker decisions and respond to the situations that we're hearing from our golfing community and be a lot more agile. So, thank you.
Vice Mayor Tuttle.
Thank you. Our mission at the City of Wichita is to be an exceptionally well-run city. And I believe there are functions of our city that we can do extremely well internally. And I believe that there are times when the private sector can do better. I think the comment was made that all a management company would do would be to hire a manager, and I don't believe that to be true. I think that by entering into a management contract with Kemper, we would be getting a suite of services. It would be more than just hiring one person. We'd be getting expertise from across their entire organization. Michael Ward, who joined us today and made great comments, we've never met before, and I look forward to the opportunity and glad to be your representative for District 2. But you sent me an email back in February that really resonated with me, and you quoted me, so I'm going to quote you if that's okay. But you said regarding our current golf system, it needs help. It needs something different, and it needs a group like Kemper with the strength and know-how to bring Wichita's municipal golf into the rest of the century. And that comment really resonated with me, as well as the video that you sent. So thank you for taking your time to do that. It was also mentioned to me from another constituent that Kemper has a great track record of managing golf courses, and Sand Creek is a perfect example. So when I was reviewing the information, we see that Kemper has experience in 45 other cities across the nation. So that tells you they have a great reputation if they're able to retain those clients, but it also tells me that they're going to have expertise and experiences that we can glean from those other 44, 45 cities. Eddie Bonestock, thank you for being here today. Thank you for serving as my appointee to the Park Board. Thank you for your leadership as president or chair. I appreciate that very much. We've talked about this a lot and had lots of opportunities to engage. I appreciate the current golfers within the system. Thank you for being here today to voice your opinion. And my goal and my hope is that we can retain you. Somebody said you golfed 40 or 50 or how many times a year. My father-in-law in North Carolina played on municipal courts, and I can tell you it extended his life. And so I truly understand and appreciate your passion, and I'm grateful for you being here today. And Eddie and I have had conversations of retaining golfers, but that also attracting new golfers. We need to make sure that our system continues to grow. We need to be fostering the next generation of golfers so that when, Eddie, you're retired, you're golfing here in our municipal courts someday. So I believe that Kemper has the vision and the wherewithal to help us retain who we have, but also attract new golfers. We all know one thing, golf revenues are up. The last one good thing maybe of COVID is that more people got out and golfed. And again, I think this is the time to not continue with the status quo or what we've been doing in the past, but to try and take it to the next level so that when we see profits and revenues, and I say that, profits and revenues in the future, it's even more. And it's not because of pandemic, it's because we use strategy and we engaged experts in this field. So I am optimistic. I am optimistic that this contract, if we go into a management contract with Kemper, will be what is best for the city, for our residents, and our current golf system. And I'm going to be supportive. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Bob, probably should have asked this earlier. On those surveys and golfers, do you know how many people responded?
I apologize, I can't remember how many were in the forum.
Okay. Percentage-wise, do you know how many was against it? Was it like 51-49 or 70-30?
No, it was significantly against.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to jump on the wagon here. Everybody else has kind of explained their vote, so I'd like to just express how I'm feeling right now. I always prided myself on being a man of the people. From the contacts I've had, it's been overwhelmingly supportive of keeping golf in the city services. So that's the reason I'm voting the way I am. I am curious to see just how golf would perform under the new model, now that CLAP has closed down, and just see if we can do something with it, and we can always revisit this later. I hate to tell you, Troy. But I do want to applaud you and just give you a shout out because I know you've been working hard on this. And I know your heart's in the right place about doing what's best for the parks around our city. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, I'll just close out then, and then we can open up for a motion. I've listened to both sides here. I do want to just address a couple of things. I don't think we, as a city, have been idle. I think that as a city, we have seen change, not just in how our passes went from a pass system to a membership system, and utilized that method in order to shore up the golf fund while also closing CLAP Golf. And it seems that those measures as far as being physically supportive of the golf system have worked. Now I've seen the idea that, well, no, it's because of COVID that we are now in the black and the system is working the way it did back, I think before it was mentioned 2012, 2013. I'm not sure that COVID alone is what has put the system financially back in the black. I think it's the actions that were taken by the previous council. And with that, I am concerned also about the idea of the volatility that has been expressed by council members and by others of how golf goes up and it goes down. We've been in a decline, and the last 2 years we were in an incline. To be locked in for 5 years when we've made these changes, knowing that COVID has changed some stuff. We don't know if folks who golfed the last 2 years are going to just give it up now because they could do other things. So it concerns me to enter into a contract where it's a flat fee while we take on the risk, while the contracted agency gets a flat fee. Frankly, because what if
golf goes back down again and we wind up in a red, but now we're contracted. I agree with Councilmember Frye that, maybe there is some stuff we should be looking at when it comes to our structure of golf. We know the moves that the previous council has made before has helped shore up these accounts. And a board of governors, maybe a different way of overseeing might be our path forward to make sure that we can be responsive and reaction-based when it comes to those fluctuations, that we could actually make those changes before it hurts the funding account that supports our golf system. I also looked up, Sand Creek has been mentioned quite a bit. I actually looked up, because my mind draws back to the fee increase conversation that we started off with earlier on. Sand Creek for a year-long membership is about $1,300, and I believe that's one golf course. In Wichita, we have multiple golf courses, and a year membership for an adult is actually less than that. So it makes me wonder if there's going to be, if we're going to be looking more at increasing fees, and if that's something that we control as a city, if that's something that we wind up in a position where we have no choice but to increase fees based on stuff moving forward. So I am concerned about the fee structure. I'm concerned about if there more that we can be doing without completely privatizing the management of this. And because of that, along with the fact that I haven't heard from golfers that they want to change the current system, more so than golfers who want to keep the current system and improve on the current system, I can't support this moving forward. So with that, I don't feel comfortable making the motion, and therefore I will open up the floor to a motion to pass this. However, I will be voting no. Is there a motion? Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. So while this discussion has been happening, I've been thinking about what I previously said. And I will probably regret it, but I liked Councilmember Frye's suggestion of the Board of Governors, I think you called it, for golf. And although I personally believe this is the right thing to do at this point in time, and those who've reached out to me overwhelmingly are more supportive of Kemper, I think the Board of Governors is a good suggestion going forward if this were to stay with the city. And furthermore, more opportunity to see how this plays out over the next couple of years, because we could do this at any time, but if we commit to this contract, we've got 5 years that we will be dealing with that. So I am going to take a chance and bet on us, only if we have that Board of Governors, though. There needs to be some team partnership with whoever we would hire if this doesn't go through. Whoever we would hire, or Kemper anyway, to make sure that golf had the proper oversight and direction going forward. So I've only done this a couple times, but I think this is the right way to go, but I will take a chance on the city and see what happens today.
Councilmember Tuttle.
I would like to move that the City Council approve the management services agreement with Kemper Sports and authorize the necessary signatures.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Yeah.
Sure, I'll second.
Motion is made by Vice Mayor Tuttle and seconded by Councilmember Frye. Clerk will open roll. Members cast the vote.
Sorry, I thought we could have a discussion on that motion.
Did you second the motion?
Yes. Do we not get an opportunity to have a discussion on the vote?
Well, we were open to discussion. Normally, if you are making discussion on the motion, you're talking about the motion, not the underlying bill, but you have the floor. The roll is open. So I apologies if, but you do have the floor. Feel free to utilize it.
So just want to make sure that the motion is just as it is in the green sheet, correct, Vice Mayor?
But I would be open to a friendly amendment.
Okay. I don't know if I can make that at this point.
Motion's been made and seconded. This would have to fail for
Okay.
another motion to be made.
All right. Continue.
Roll is open. Clerk, is open roll. Members may. Does every member had a chance to vote? Does every member wish to change their vote? If not, then with 5 nays to 2 yeas, that motion does fail. And the item fails. Madam Clerk.
American Rescue Plan Act, state and local recovery funds projects.
Does everybody need a break? We'll go through a couple more, and if we need a break later, we can. But welcome, Elizabeth.
You're welcome. Good afternoon. My name's Elizabeth Goldtree-Wadle. I'm with the Finance Department, and I'm here today to present the agenda item on the American Rescue Act projects. Just some background on the American Rescue Plan, or ARPA. The city has been awarded $72.4 million in state and local recovery funds. We discussed the use of this ARPA funds during the 2022 budget process, including public hearings, district advisory boards, and the social media town hall. And keep in mind that the ARPA funding must be spent consistent with U.S. Treasury guidelines. The final rule was released in January, and some new reporting guidance was just posted earlier this week. The city ARPA plan was included in the 2022 adopted budget. It includes a conceptual plan for the 2021 to 2024 planning period. Remember that all funding must be obligated by the end of 2024. Each project will be approved individually by the City Council. So far, 3 projects have been approved. The fire station alerting system, that was in September, and in December you approved 2 other projects, the workforce development and small business grants, as well as facility costs associated with the vaccination clinic on South Main. 2 additional projects are before you today. The 2 projects today, one is for program administration. That is for indirect costs associated with compliance with the project, as well as other compliance and oversight functions. And then the second project before you today is the first phase of the fire response optimization program, which will allow for dedicated staffing for analysis of the data to move into the next phase. The recommended action before you today is to approve the 2 ARPA projects, $925,000 for program administration and $250,000 for the fire response optimization project. I'll stand for any questions.
I guess the question that comes to mind is how many staff positions would this open up?
For the fire optimization?
Yes.
They have talked about a number of different models. I suppose the fire chief did not make it down today, but they have a group of people. Oh no, they have a group of people.
You're on the spot now.
They have a group of people that's analyzing the data, and what this will be, they'll be able to do is put the staff that's analyzing the data over on the project, and then they'll be backfilling the positions with operations staff so they don't have to worry about constant staffing and overtime while they're doing this analysis.
Okay, so they're still figuring out what that would be, but it will be more, more firefighters, more.
Right, so temporarily, the group of people, the staff that's doing the analysis will be charged to the project, and then they'll be able to backfill those positions with operations staff.
So my understanding is we have perhaps a safer grant application, and this might correlate with that, so maybe there's a formula in case something opens up with federal opportunities.
Yeah, this is, I don't think this has any involvement with the safer grant.
Mayor, I think you've jumped a step.
I sure have.
Right now, yeah.
And then once I said that, I thought like, oh man, the one time the eagle shows up, maybe now I just started a story before the story needs to go. But
all we're doing right now is using existing staff to complete the optimization. And in order to do that on a time frame that's acceptable to the council and to staff, we're taking existing staff, devoting them to this project. They've already been working on it. And then we're backfilling their current positions. That's what the 250,000 will allow, so that we don't miss anything in the field, that we have sufficient staff in our stations while this group of staff is working on the project.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Is there any questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you. Is there any input from the public on this item? Welcome back.
Hi, Celeste Rosette. One thing I hope that ARPA funds include is when I filed CORAs to see if Century 2 had compliance with fire safety testing and fire safety equipment for the patrons of Century 2, we were not only behind on those testings, as Council Member Johnson was on the news reporting, but we were also missing and lacking necessary equipment for the safety of patrons. Are you going to take care of that with these ARPA funds? That's my question. Thank you.
So ARPA funds are, there's a lot of barriers around ARPA funds, so perhaps if there is if anyone would like to respond with clarification of ARPA funds are not inclusive of all the funds we utilize for our firefighters, but go ahead, Bob, add something. But we're gonna need the manager to bail me out on this one. Go ahead.
So,
provide some
so
clarity,
this
please.
250,000 will allow for the optimization study. Optimization study will come back with recommendations for, in all likelihood, additional equipment, possibly new stations, and new staffing. So the issues of how we're staffed in the fire department will be addressed in this study.
Okay, thank you. Any more input from the public? If not, oh, the chief's here. Chief, the floor is yours as always. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Yeah, and I apologize. I'd been down here at 11 o'clock, came back, so I apologize for being delayed in my response. But yeah, the city manager is exactly correct. The $250,000 that we asked for is for backfill money. We currently are using between 3 and 6 of our internal staff to analyze the data, gather the data, and then validate it off of the predictive analytic software program. So while they're doing that job, then we have to backfill per contract, so we make sure that we stick with the staffing goal of 117 every day. Once we get that information together, we'll present that to you in July of what the study indicates in regards to possible additions or what our needs would be then as far as what the predictive analytics says.
Questions for the chief, Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Is this study going to try to bring us up to the National Fire Protection Association standards as far as staffing suggestions?
The study will give you that option, yes. And then we'll have to make some determinations. We'll present all that information to you. But yes, it would put us at that.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions for our chief? See none, thank you. We'll bring discussion back to the bench. Is there further discussion on this item? If there is no further discussion on this item, then I'll make the motion to accept staff's recommended action to approve the initiation of, were you on a board? Okay. Corner of my eye, I thought you were pushing the button, and then I don't want to be rude, so I apologize. I am making the motion to approve the initiation of the ARPA Program Administration Project in the amount of $925,000 and initiation of the ARPA Fire Optimization Project in the amount of $250,000. The chair recognizes Vice Mayor Tuttle.
Second.
For a second. Motion has been made and then seconded. Clerk will open a roll. Members will cast their votes. Have received 7 yea votes. That motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Funding overestimate bid and change order limit adjustment for improvements to serve Stryker multi-sport complex upgrade and expansion.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works Engineering again. The item before you
as proposed improvements to the Stryker Multi-Sports Complex, including a request for additional funding, approval of the overestimate bid, and the change order limit adjustment. Some history on this project. In August of 2021, the City Council approved sales tax revenue bond funding for improvements for the Stryker Multi-Sport Complex for proposed locker rooms and press box expansion. Initial cost estimates indicated the approved budget may not fully fund all the planned improvements, which I'll talk about more in just a moment. The project was bid for construction on January 14th of this year as 3 standalone elements: South Locker Room, the North Locker Room, and the press box expansion. As I mentioned before, we bid that so that we had the flexibility to accept any or all of those, or a combination of any of the 3. All aggregate bids exceeded the design consultant's estimate. Again, some more quick history on the complex itself. Stryker was expanded in 2019-2020 with STAR bond funding. The facility is capable of holding year-round tournaments, including soccer, lacrosse, football, and field hockey. There's been much success since 2019. It is estimated that more than 1 million people visit Stryker annually. The improvements include 11 turf fields and the over 100,000 square foot indoor facility that is able to host baseball and softball tournaments, among other sports. The focus of the original design and budget was to accommodate youth sports. The existing locker rooms and press box serve them well. However, many collegiate and national events Stryker is now seeking to attract require amenities such as showers and expanded locker rooms, which we're here to discuss today. Additionally, press box space is limited to 1 team, while the visiting team must use the roof space above the press box, which is done with high school football in particular and soccer. Media for the collegiate national events also requires space within the press box. Unfortunately, that's not something we'll be able to get to right now based on the bids and available budget, but hopefully something can be done in the future. The lowest bid received exceeded the design consultant's engineer's estimate by around approximately $516,000. The bid was structured to allow acceptance of any one of the 3 elements individually or any combination of the 3. The South Locker Room and the North Locker Room renovations will provide the best potential to accomplish the goal for attracting those collegiate and national events. Donlinger's aggregate bid for the South and North Locker Rooms was just over $1.3 million. They offered around a $50,000 cost savings to construct the 2 together for a total of $1,264,000. One thing I failed to mention earlier when this item came up this morning that I wanted to make clear now is this does not change the scope of the work. And so that's, the question came up about the necessity to consider rebidding the project. Because Donlinger was the low bidder on all 3 separate elements and the aggregate bid, we had this again built into the process of bidding the project that whoever would have been the low bidder, that if possible, we would be able to negotiate a lower price with them for 2 specific elements. They did not have to do that, but in doing so, we were able to save $50,000, at least up front, on the approval of the bid that's before you today. Accepting the negotiated bid amount will allow the project to proceed without requiring a rebid, thus eliminating a potential increase in the cost and delay in construction per Charter Ordinance 228. City Council is recommended to approve the contract based on the best interests of the city. A revised estimate has also been prepared to reflect the increased costs of constructing the new improvements. As with many projects of this size, we also typically request the City Council to approve a change order limit increase. This does not impact the budget or change the budget. It just changes the authority for approval of change orders on a project this size. We're recommending the change order limit be increased to 8%, or just over $100,000. And I might mention again, that does not increase the project budget. Just to show you a quick overview of what the proposed plans are, this is looking at the roof of the indoor facility on the south side of the complex. The South Locker Room is proposed to be built on the northeast corner. This would include space for 2 separate teams or 1 large team, locker rooms and restrooms for referees and family restrooms. The North Locker Room modifications to the existing locker rooms, which is also on the northeast corner of the main grandstand, would include showers, heating, AC, improvements, space accommodations to allow use by 2 separate teams or 1 large team, just like the South Locker Room, which is important for collegiate and national events. The existing budget of $23 million in STAR bonds was approved by the City Council in August of 2021. Staff recommends increasing the project budget by $431,000, which would be funded by general obligation bonds. A total of $146,000 in funding is available from the Stryker parking lot expansion project to fund construction of the locker rooms. As I mentioned earlier, the work on the parking lot has been completed for some time. That funding is still available. We are recommending that the City Council waive Policy 2 regarding the use of project savings to allow use of that $146,000 for this project. Additionally, the proposed revised management agreement that is part of the council packet today includes increasing Wichita Sports Forum's annual management fee for years 11 through 25 for a not to exceed total of $285,000 to provide the gap funding for the locker rooms. That brings the total revised budget for Stryker Multi-Sports Complex to $23,431,000. Assuming approval of the action today, I wanted to mention real quick what the schedule looks like. Our goal in working through this late last year and trying to get the project together and get it bid was to be done in August. Contractor right now, assuming they're able to move forward soon, thinks they can be done by early September, so we're close. And that includes an outlook at materials. You know, you've heard us talk a lot about supply chain issues. I think that they're in a pretty good place for procurement of materials at this time so that they could start soon and be done by September. Staff will work closely with the operator and the contractor to make sure that existing facility functions are minimally impacted during construction. So with that, staff recommends City Council approve the revised budget, change order modification resolution, approve the revised estimate and contract with Donlinger in the amount of $1,263,575. Waive City Council Policy Number 2 regarding the use of project savings to allow the transfer of funds, approve the revised management agreement, adopt the resolutions, and authorize the necessary signatures, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for staff? Councilmember Hoheisel.
Can we go back to slide 66, I believe, real quick? Okay, so what we're saying here is essentially the renegotiation with the Wichita Sports Forum, their management fee is going to pay essentially for the locker room over the long haul.
Their management, an increase in their management fee for the last 15 years of the agreement will pay a portion of it. What we're asking for today is an additional $431,000. So to balance that, the recommendation is that their management fee increase by $285,000 over the last 15 years of the agreement to provide additional funding needed to meet this total goal, this total budget.
And then the rest of that's going to come from the parking lot, the money we have left over from the parking lot.
The money left over from the parking lot, correct. So the two combined make up the $431,000 that's needed.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted that for public info. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, thank you, staff. Is there input from the public on this one?
Celeste Reset, thank you again for allowing me to speak. My questions were answered about the change order increase, thank you. And my questions were also answered about Donlinger's contract. So I'm going to focus on the management agreement itself with Wichita Sports Forum. And I appreciate Councilman Hoheisel's questions about the increase in fee because I'll be asking questions about that too. But I want to begin by going back to some questions that were made over this contract negotiation for the golf program. I thought it was interesting to note that some comments were made about how wonderful private management would be to make it nimble and make you all more responsive to users of that program, making it lateral. Okay, well, let me just say something to private management contracts and why I don't like them, or what I have seen we have failed to do in the past. For the past 10 years, which I believe covers several of your terms of you city council members, the Wichita ice rink users have complained and sent photos of the deterioration of the condition in that building, and nobody on city council changed the contract or canceled the contract. It took 10 years for failing attendance, deteriorating of the building, deferred maintenance on the building, and we finally got Brandon Stephen, the brothers, out of managing the Wichita ice rink, and it took a petition of almost 4,000 people to get attention to their cause in the newspaper. So I think that's an example of private management contracts where no one on city council listened to how bad it was, and now we're involved in litigation to try to collect nearly $500,000 that's owed to the city by Rodney and Brandon Stephen. So I am very cautious about private management contracts, and I think it takes us a long time to break them when we know we have problems. Anyway, I'm going to move on now to the management fee and this current private management contract for Stryker Sports Complex, which is in Councilman Tuttle's district. The first thing I want to say about this contract is that it's a star bond district, which means it's coming from state sales tax to pay for the $23 million that went into building this complex and to adding to these locker rooms that are being built too. City staff is asking to increase the change order limit adjustment, and I appreciate that you all are going to have to vote on deciding whether you will allow that or not. It's interesting, I would like to know later if there will be a list of the exceptions to those change orders for the sports complex. Not that it's important, and I could email one of you directly about those changes. The language in this proposed contract, the administrative contract, is obsolete and shows how out of touch the city is, and City Hall, with the soccer program. Sedgwick County Soccer Association was squeezed out of existence. I don't know if Council Member Tuttle is aware of this or not, but they were the nonprofit that was kicked out of the sports Stryker complex, and they're not in existence anymore. So referring to them in the contract for a league to play when no one will show up and no one is even here to play soccer from that league is an interesting, obsolete term of the contract and should be corrected. Let's see. There's a requirement in the contract also that we're not meeting. I'm going to bring this to your attention too. For drawing 20% of the visitors to the complex from outside the state of Kansas, and at least 30% of the visitors are to come from outside the Wichita Metropolitan Statistical Area. Are they in compliance with this contract? That's my first question. Third, why is this contract being extended for 10 years with 3 5-year automatic renewals? Why don't you give an opportunity for another company to manage the facility? I believe that's the advantage of private management contracts, is you submit an RFP and see who else is interested in running this complex. And I don't believe we issued an RFP when the Wichita Sports Forum took over managing this complex. So instead of renewing this for 10 years with automatic extensions, why don't we finally do what we should have done in the beginning, which is create an RFP? Let's see. I will end by asking one other question that I'd like an answer to, and that is, why is the increase in the management fee going to be credited to the Economic Development Fund? Why are they getting it? What is this funding? And usually in a star bond district, the revenue and the proceeds that come out of a star bond district must be strictly guided and are governed by KSA statutes. So how can the Economic Development Fund suddenly start taking the management fee out of this star bond district for their own purposes? I think that's something the Commerce Department would have to answer, but I'm asking you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Manager, can you address those two questions in particular?
First of all, this was not intended to be a renegotiation of the agreement with Wichita Sports Forum. All it was a recognition of the fact that we had increased costs associated with locker room construction. We did not have the ability for the city to pay for that out of the property tax, and so we negotiated with Wichita Sports Forum to construct the north locker room by increasing its management fee to the city. So they're paying for the additional cost. In terms of this fee going into economic development versus in star bond revenues, it's really an apples and oranges comparison. All the sales tax revenue has to go into the star bond fund and pay the debt that we incurred for star bonds. But we don't have a commitment, nor is star bond set up, that all of your revenues associated with the star bond attraction are that go in to pay the debt. This is our healthiest star bond district. The debt will probably be paid off in advance of our anticipated schedule. So the money that we receive from the management fund under this contract and under the council's intent, all of it has to go into a reserve fund, which is where we put this money in terms of economic development, for maintenance of the facility and then eventual replacement of the fields, because we were concerned that at the end of its useful life, we would have a complex that was a significant attraction that had fields that were not being maintained appropriately that actually would then be a detraction for us, our ability to get regional events. So the 285 here will help pay for the locker room, but the annual management fee they pay us now under the contract approved by the council previously, all of that has to go back into the complex. So none of it goes into supporting staff salaries and it can't be diverted from this complex. I hope that answers the questions.
Council Member Frye.
Thank you. I just wanted to address Ms. Rissett's comments that she attributed my comments earlier about private management being more flatter and agile. I was specifically addressing the multiple layers we have as advisory boards with the golf. And I was suggesting that we could streamline that. Instead of having 4 layers, maybe reduce it to 1 and have a board of governors. All that being said, I still think private business is much more efficient than government.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I too would like to address some of what was said, just because as council members we get an email today and the issue is not solved by tomorrow does not mean that we don't care and that we aren't attentive to issues, and oftentimes contracts and other agreements take some time to work through for solution. So those of you who are emailing us, emailing me, I normally try to respond and get solution as quick as possible. It does not take a petition of 4,000 signatures or whatnot to get our attention. You just reach out and talk to us, and we tend to try to work on your behalf at that point.
Further comments? See none, so we're bringing discussion back to the bench. Is there further discussion on this? I will say I am excited about getting more out of our Stryker complex, especially with the possibility of attracting more collegiate tournaments and being appealing to some of these regional tournaments as well. I'm happy to be in favor of that, and I'm going to recognize Vice Mayor Tuttle, as this resides in District 2, for a motion.
Thank you. I first want to thank staff, Gary and Steve and others. I know that you've worked really hard on this. It's, as the mayor mentioned, and I'd like to echo, just a great opportunity to try and make an amazing facility even better, and it will help us to be able to get into different levels of play. This is just a fantastic amenity in our community, and if you haven't had the chance to go and visit it, I encourage you to do so. It's not just Stryker itself, but that entire area now has just been revitalized, and it's great to see. I think this is an example, and I was going to say this even before the speaker, of a successful management agreement, and one that I think we can continue to model for the city. The Wichita Sports Forum has done an exceptional job of maintaining this amenity. Every time I go out to Stryker, I joke that it has that new tire or new car smell still. So it's just a great facility for everyone to enjoy, not only in Wichita, but in the region who comes to play. So with that, I would move that the City Council approve the revised budget, change order modification resolution, and approve the revised estimate and contract with Donlinger Construction for $1,263,575, waive the City Council Policy Number 2 regarding the use of project savings to allow the transfer of funds, approve the revised management agreement, and adopt the resolution and authorize the necessary signatures.
I'll second. Motion was made by Vice Mayor Tuttle, second by myself. Clerk will open a roll. Members cast the vote. Weird ass that all, there we go.
I hit it.
Having received 7 yea votes, that motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Amendments to Chapter 2.11 regarding the Diversity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights Board.
Good afternoon,
Welcome.
Council, Mayor. My name is Adam Nebenzahl. I'm the City Management Fellow of the City Manager's Office, as well as the Secretary and Staff Liaison for the Diversity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights Advisory Board. We have today for you updates to the current ordinance of the board. So, some background: in December 2020, the City Council established the Diversity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights Board. However, the board did not achieve a quorum until June of 2021. The process was originally designed to begin with the approval of the board's draft work plan the summer of 2020. However, upon achieving a quorum, the City Council tasked the board with providing a recommendation to the City Council on the non-discrimination ordinance. That work continued and finished up in September of 2021. The board finalized their executive committee and began moving forward with their original process in January of 2022. The board is requesting that the ordinances establishing the board be amended in order to improve the functioning of the board and increase the diversity of board membership. The amendments that they recommended are as follows: provide additional clarification as to groups to be represented by board membership, allow for the election of chair, co-chair, and parliamentarian to assist with board function, and increase the maximum number of terms allowed to be served by a board member be increased from 2 to 4 terms. The revised term of appointed board members would be from April 1st, 2022 through March 31st, 2024. Amendments regarding selection allows the mayor and council to be selective in their appointments for Diversity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights Advisory Board, allowing further clarification on those factors that may qualify or disqualify an applicant. The request for adjustment of the start date and increased term length will assist in the formation and the cohesion of the board. For the goals of the board to be achieved, establishing trust and understanding among each board member is critical, and thus establishing connections between the community and the board will take time, and having new members replace old members during that trust-building phase may impair elements of the board's agenda. Legal considerations: the ordinance has been drafted and approved as to the form by the law department, and with that, the recommendation is to place the ordinance on first reading and authorize all the necessary signatures, and with that, I'll answer any questions.
Questions for staff? See none. Input from the public? Oh, we had a couple folks who jumped on the board. Sorry for being quick with that one. Council Member Frye.
Thank you, and I appreciate the presentation, Adam. This is a departure for us having a parliamentarian. In all of our other boards, we've had a secretary. Is this going to be status quo going forward, or why is this change being made, moving from a chair, co-chair, and secretary to parliamentarian?
So typically, like you said, there's most times secretary. When the board was developed, they felt that having the secretary be a member of the city staff was the best way, so that members of the board could really focus on the work of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Regarding parliamentarian, that was the board's decision specifically to have a parliamentarian to help with motions and Robert's Rules of Order in which they decide to go. So in that situation, does not plan to be the status quo in that situation. This is merely just what the board itself wanted to do with implementation.
Traditionally, that role's been played by a legal representative. Obviously, Jennifer does it for you, and then if we have legal representation at all of our meetings, then that person would help advise. I think this board has struggled somewhat in terms of its operations and its lack of knowledge of Robert's Rules and other parliamentary procedures, and I think that's why they came forward with this recommendation. I don't know that we only have a handful of boards where we have legal representation all the time. Transit Board, Park Board. I'm not sure that we, in this case, do have someone from the law department attending all of their meetings.
Now just, before I get to the other folks on this, just add my 2 cents with this. This Robert's Rules of Order designed to facilitate conversations and to not suppress voices, but to empower voices. It makes sense, in my opinion, that a board such as this that frankly took public input really had to navigate early on, not just their own members when it comes to affording the floor and making sure people were following the rules, but also taking on issues that bring folks into the discussion that you might not know exactly the procedure for that discussion. So having a parliamentarian who's empowered to help the chair and to work with legal to keep control of the meeting and also, more importantly, facilitate that meeting I think is a natural progression for what this board has faced, by being out there in the public and the type of interactions that they've had. So I understand why they would move for a parliamentarian over a secretary. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a few questions, and if this changed, I apologize. How many appointments do we actually get? Because when we started this conversation, every council member got 2 appointments and the mayor had 5. But reading through here, it doesn't state that we have 2. It only states that we have 1, and the minimum is 11, I believe. But we had talked about the minimum of 11, maximum of 17, I think. So does that need
I do not have that information, but I can happily get that back to you.
Well, my real question is, does that need to be stated in this before we vote on it? Or is that just going to be assumed? But since it's not written in ordinance, that doesn't always work with the assumption.
The complexity of this was how you were staging representation, right? And bringing people on. So I think the council establishing the minimum is what allowed for additional appointments. But I'm going off memory here as much as anything.
Well, I just asked, semi-related but not. So I know when I got elected, I think policy had changed, or ordinance had changed on transit. Council members went from 2 to 1. And I remember thinking I had 2, but I have 1. But this only says a minimum. I think it would be better for us if it specified every council member had 2 appointments rather than just having the minimum. I don't know the suggested language.
So let's jump into that a bit more, because this is the time to fix it. You're on page 4?
Yep.
I believe. So, and I do recall the discussion, but maybe someone else can help jog my memory and others.
Page 3, sorry.
There was section 4, page 3. In the board's first year, appointment shall be limited to a total of 11 individuals. And that was, the discussion for that was to stagger, to retain institutional knowledge while we brought more people on, 7 of whom will be the individual appointments of the mayor and council members pursuant to section 3, and 4 of whom will be at-large appointments by the mayor from the groups identified in section 3A1. And the purpose of that was to, if we had not the full representation that we wanted, we can go back and look through some of the applications and make those appointments. And where's the part that says only the council only gets 1?
That'd be number 2.
And this is page 2 or number 2?
The minimum number of members of the Diversity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights Advisory Board shall be 7 members, which means we all get one appointment.
So that's the minimum. So minimum is 7 members that pretty much we all appoint 1 person. And is that a deviation from the original discussion in your recollection that the council should have 2? Where could, if that's your recollection of the original discussion, where would you recommend that we make that clarification or discuss that clarification?
Honestly, it probably would be a new number, because 2 is about the minimum, which I'm fine with specifying a minimum, and 4 is in reference to the first year. So I would think somewhere in there would just say that council members may have up to maybe 1 more appointment, or Jennifer, I saw you were about to say something.
Thank you, Vice Council Member. I was just going to point out that section 4 is the section that I think the mayor was looking for, that specifies how many appointments each council member gets.
So I guess on there, just add in that council members can have, I guess, 2 appointments.
Council members may have up to 2 appointments, or shall have up to 2.
Shall.
It's hard language. And that would, I'm guessing, dilute the at-large appointments for the mayor. It will make it
So every council member has 2 appointments, and then the at-large, or are we adding appointments?
The way
to
I
the body?
understood it is it was adding. We all had 2 and the mayor had 5 because we needed an odd number.
So how big would the board be then? My only concern is having a huge board.
12 and 5, 17.
So add 17. That would make us a huge board. Is there a way to
Well, so that was the conversation. I just don't remember resolution on that. I don't remember us agreeing to drop to 1 appointment. I just know we were there for the first year to get it going. But maybe now is the time to figure out, do we just keep the 1 appointment, or do we have 2, or what that looks like?
should we? I'm wondering if this might be a bigger bite that we're taking in this moment. We could have discussions, more discussion, and then come back with a possible quick amendment if we choose to really hammer down the 2 appointments versus the. I mean, I agree. It's on the table. This is the time, but if members of the body are interested in taking this on, we could have more discussion, bring this up in a week or 2, and see if we should either take appointments away from the mayor and make it and only add a few more, or add less. I think I understand what you're referring to, and I think that we could probably find some resolution. I'm not sure if we should move forward with it at this moment, because it does sound a little more complex now.
So honestly, I'd be open to letting them decide if we just want to kick it to them that the conversation happened and that was where we started, and if they think they need more members, great, and if not.
It's an excellent idea. At the very least, we should loop them in and not make a change without chatting with them. And regardless, let's continue the discussion.
There is an executive committee meeting this evening, and I can bring that up and have that be put on the March agenda, and then that could be discussed at the March meeting.
That'd be great. If you could bring up just the discussion we've had today, and just see what their reaction or response is, and perhaps something more formal if needed. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I have a very...
Excuse me. Vice Mayor Tuttle, I apologize for the...
Just Becky at this point. I have a very in-the-weeds question, and I apologize for that, and then I just wanted to make a quick comment. But I also was a little bit surprised by the chair, co-chair, and parliamentarian. And again, this is really in the weeds, but I was just curious of if someone from the board is elected for that, how will we be ensured that they do have an understanding, a true understanding of parliamentary procedure, Robert's Rules of Order? I know sometimes even during my dabs, folks get confused on what's appropriate. So I know that's really in the weeds, but I'm more just curious if others had the same questions or thoughts about that.
Yeah, so we have been in discussion with that, and the executive committee has been working on that, and Jennifer will be attending this evening to actually go through some parliamentary procedure training with the executive committee this evening to help improve and ensure that Robert's Rules of Order and those that are mandated or recommended be kept in, and so that meetings can go fluently and efficiently.
And then my comment, and this probably should have been said many, 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 many months ago, but thank you, Adam, and thank you, Carter. You're both fellows with the city manager's office and do so much behind the scenes and don't really get recommended for the work that you do. I've worked with both of you on different projects, and I've been continually impressed. You have bright futures, and we're glad that you started your careers here with us. But thank you for all you've been doing and will continue to do while you're with us.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Bluebog.
Do we have any other boards that have 4 terms, or would this be the first one?
I can get corrected if I'm wrong here. What we're starting to see as we bring boards to you, you're going to be seeing this with the Citizen Review Board when I bring an ordinance change to you. We're shortening the terms. So it's still a maximum of 8, but it allows for 2-year terms instead of 4-year terms. So it gives the council a little more flexibility regarding the people that are serving on their behalf on boards and commissions, and not locking them into a long 4-year term. So that's this is one of the first that I think that's coming to you that way.
I guess where I'm going, this will be consistent with other boards as well going forward.
That's our intent as we go forward and make changes, yes.
Okay. One other question I had is, as you look at page 3 and all the, the members of the Diversity Inclusion Civil Rights Board shall be appointed the broadest possible base, and I see a lot of groups in here, and I don't see anything for over 40, which I do believe is protected, but yet I see groups of youth age 16 to 18 and young adult. I was curious if that was an oversight or if that was part of the group they wanted to look at, or?
That was discussed in the meetings, and I remember it being put on originally, and I would have to go back to my minutes, but I remember it eventually not moving forward. I think partially because a lot of the members of the board were over 40 at the time, but I don't want to be quoted in saying that that was the definite answer. I would have to look back on my minutes and get back to you on that.
Thanks.
Did you want a member of AARP? No, but I understand what you're saying, and that we can bring that back to the executive.
If we're addressing non-protected classes, we should probably add a protected class as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of being 40, we should make a note to sing happy birthday to Brandon Johnson a little later. But back to the item on hand, because I think he's snuck off. We had a birthday without us being able to embarrass him from the bench. So I don't think he's really 40, though. So continuing the discussion, is there anybody else who would like to speak to this? I do applaud the board for taking the initiatives to really diving deep into the bylaws, not the bylaws, the ordinance, and to try to shape it so that it was a better tool for them to utilize for the work that they will be doing. And because of that, I will be in support of these changes, but I also am respectful of the members who have been here. I was going to say the senior members who have been here, but I don't want to make another age comment. But people who have been serving for so long in which they know that this is a difference from how some ordinances are. But with that said, I think that the board has done their due diligence and I think that these changes are appropriate. So if there are no further questions, and I'll go ahead and make the the motion to accept staff's recommended action to place the ordinance on first read and authorize all the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion has been seconded by Vice Mayor Tuttle. Clerk will open a roll. Members cast the vote. Have received 78 votes. That motion does pass. And I do just want to throw out there, not that we have to do this or anything, but because it is on first read, it will be on consent calendar next week for second read. So if anybody starts diving into this and wants to come back with any type of amendments, we actually could do that next week by pulling it off consent calendar if we needed to. So as we dive deeper into this, if there's anything pressing that can't wait for further review, we still have that opportunity. All right, Madam Clerk.
Quarterly financial report for the year ended December 31st, 2021.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. Mark Manning with the Department of Finance. We've had a thorough day today, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. In fact, a lot of the themes that I'm going to report to you today are very consistent with what I would have told you 3 months ago during the third quarter report and even during the second quarter report. So because of that, again, I will try to be very brief today. So just a reminder, the quarterly report reports unaudited financial activity, in this case through December 31st of 2021. This information gives us a chance to look in the rearview mirror and see how we compared to what we thought was going to happen or to what happened last year. It also lets us look forward and see what we thought was going to happen if that vision is still on track or if we have any new information that will allow us to maybe adjust our view going forward. So I'll try to do both those this morning. So our key points, looking back last year was very consistent with what we expected. That's what we like. We like consistency in our business. In fact, it was slightly better in a few cases. We like that too. So any surprises generally were on the good side, and that's a good thing. Some of our revenues still have not reached pre-pandemic levels. I'll talk about two of those. But for the most part, we are in pretty good shape, and I think I've said previously that we are recovering but not recovered, but we are fast approaching recovered stage, I would say. We still have challenges, don't get me wrong there, but generally our outlook is continuing to look better all the time, which is a good thing. So the general fund operated at a surplus on an unaudited basis, of course, at about $1.4 million last year. That's a good thing. That builds our reserves. That helps us with our rating agencies. It shows stability in the general fund, so that's very good. Our expenditures in the general fund continue to reflect your prioritization of public safety, which is longstanding. Public safety accounts for about 62% of all our general fund spending, and that's been consistent. The area in which our expenditures were relatively flat is in the non-public safety area, and that is primarily due to some of the challenges that we've had filling jobs. You've heard a lot about that, so I won't go into detail. But again, the takeaway is public safety spending is our largest area, and it is growing. All our other areas are a little bit smaller, and those tend to be generally fairly flat in aggregate. The only revenue stream I'm going to talk about this morning is sales tax, because we've talked a lot about that in the past, so I wanted to give you an update on that. We grew at 12.3% last year. That's unprecedented. That's happened 3 times since we launched the countywide local sales tax in 1985. That happened in 2004 and it happened in 1993. Both of those times were coming out of downturn, similar to what we had here. So that was excellent growth. That won't recur, I'm pretty sure, but it was a good year. And as you know, we kept missing our estimates, and it kept performing better than what we expected, which again is probably a good thing. Just to give you a little perspective, we generally collect about $6 million a month in sales tax, give or take. It's volatile, but somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 million. We got our last sales tax distribution in 2021 on December 27th, 4 days before the fiscal year ended. That distribution was $7.1 million, or $1 million higher than what we expected, and basically our highest that we've ever gotten. So that kind of shows you the volatility that we're seeing in sales tax and the growth we're seeing in sales tax. And just an aside, I can tell you that in February 25th, we got our distribution. It was $7.5 million, $500,000 higher than our previous high in December. So sales tax is growing leaps and bounds. That's a really good thing for us. I would not expect it to continue, but that's going to dramatically change our outlook going forward, as I'll get into slightly. I won't go into detail, but inflation obviously is playing a role in our sales tax growth as it increases the price of goods and services that are taxable. I want to point to compensating use. We really never talk about the differences between sales tax and compensating use. I won't go into that detail this morning, except to say compensating use is the portion that's related more to remote sales. It's only about 15% of the total. 85% is traditional sales tax, but that 15% grew at a 25% rate last year. So takeaway is the state of Kansas is doing a much better job collecting sales tax on remote sales, which is generally, I think, a good thing for the city of Wichita, and is a position the city of Wichita has supported in the past. So our short-term outlook, again, we'll probably be revising our sales tax estimate. I think that's going to be pretty obvious. That's a good thing. That'll boost our revenues. We'll continue to ramp up our efforts to try to hire, particularly in the non-public safety area. But depending on how that goes, we probably won't draw down as much ARPA as we had planned to in 2022. I think we set aside $4 million for rehiring. I'm just telling you that we probably will not need all of that. We'll see, but that's my preliminary estimate. By the way, we had money set aside last year, ARPA money, to help us hiring positions. We did not use any of that. That was about $2 million. Finally, we are very concerned about inflation, particularly as it will impact the operating budget in 2022 and beyond. Now, if I broaden out my view a little bit more and go out maybe 4 or 5 years in the general fund, we're concerned that our assessed valuation estimates may be too low. We may have been too conservative. We will not know until June 15th when the county gives us the estimate. But if you read the papers, I think last week or this week, the county had a presentation in which they talked about assessed valuation growth, particularly on the residential side. And that presentation, in my opinion, was very optimistic. So that tells me that it's highly likely that our assessed valuation will grow at a higher rate than what we have estimated. So we'll see. But that should be a tailwind for the general fund. Again, we're concerned about inflationary pressures long term, particularly in our bargaining unit contracts. We do have a contract that is up this year and being negotiated. So the extent that inflation plays a role in that will obviously impact us in the future. Finally, I would remind you that post-ARPA, we are structurally imbalanced, at least in our prior financial plan, and that remains a concern. This is that prior financial plan. This was what we would have shown you in August when you adopted the budget. It's out of date, I can tell you that. For example, the revenues, as I noted, are too low. They will be enhanced higher due to sales tax and probably property tax. We have some concern on the expenditure side, again, due to inflation, but I would expect us to probably present a balanced outlook to you later in April when we present at the workshop. But again, I would focus on 2025. That's the year that we're probably most concerned about. We do have a structural imbalance when ARPA funds run out, so everything we can do to direct ARPA towards one-time purposes, which the council has done with a lot of the ARPA, will probably help us with sustainability in the out years, or specifically 2025. I won't go through this in much detail, but transient guest tax we've talked a lot about. Suffice to say, the blue bars were a lot lower than the red bars during the pandemic. That's a really bad thing. That shows you the devastation on the tourism industry or hotel industry. But the takeaway is, if you look over to the right, the blue bar is approaching the red bar. The red bar is what we would have considered normal to be. And there's a lag in this revenue stream too. So my takeaway of this is we are approaching normalcy in transient guest tax. I don't know that we're going to be there in 22 completely, but I think the outlook for transient guest tax fund is better than what we previously thought. And that's a good thing, because that means our hospitality industry hopefully is recovering here. Same story on special alcohol. This is derived from the liquor by the drink tax that the state assessed. So if you buy a drink in a club or a restaurant, you're paying a tax, and some of that gets returned to the city of Wichita. So this maybe is a surrogate for the challenges that the bar and restaurant industry faced. You can see the blue line right in the middle, the blue bar, Q3 of 2020. That's anemic. That probably reflects the pain that our bars and restaurants are going through. But I would direct you to the two bars on the right. Those are basically at normal levels. And again, that's a lagging indicator. So that tells me that that sector hopefully has recovered. It certainly tells me that our special alcohol revenues have recovered, and that's a really good thing. As you know, we use those to fund a variety of treatment programs and other things. So that's good. So bonded debt, won't spend much time here. Takeaway is we do owe about $1 billion. That's fairly constant over the years. The takeaway, though, is if you look at the, I'm going to call it the tan pie slice at the 12 o'clock position, that's our general obligation at large debt. That's the part that's paid with property taxes. That's about $50 million. That's 5% of our total debt. So when you hear that we owe $1 billion, that is true. But the part that's paid with property taxes is about 1/20th of that, or 5%, or $50 million. Very, very small. Briefly, let's look at the funds that finance the CIP. That's the Debt Service Fund, Local Sales Tax Fund. Outlook on the revenue side on both of those is positive. Assessed valuation adjustments will likely help the Debt Service Fund. The sales tax is definitely going to help the Sales Tax Fund. Now, just a reminder, we can only use that for roads and bridges and freeways. But the point is, those will both, from a revenue standpoint, be in better shape. However, the challenge in the CIP is going to be inflation. We are really, really concerned about inflation. You heard about that today, for example. In meeting with Public Works preliminarily on developing the CIP, they're talking 10%, 20%. That's going to be very problematic. So I guess what I would tell you is, in spite of the revenue adjustments that we're likely to make, it wouldn't surprise me if the expenditure adjustments outpace that, which means project deferrals and potential eliminations. So again, we haven't done anything on that yet. We're in the very preliminary phases, but that would be preliminarily what I would tell you possibly to expect on the CIP. So in summary, our financial results in 2021 were very good. Our revenue estimates are likely to be revised upward. We are a little bit concerned about inflation, particularly on the operating budget. I think we're scheduled to visit with you in April at a retreat, so you'll get a lot more detail. Today's really just kind of a preview of what Elizabeth's likely to tell you in April. And finally, I would point out to all our customers that the quarterly report is available online at www.wichita.gov, and we would encourage anyone to visit our website if they want further information. I'd be happy to stand for any questions, and I apologize for the abbreviated presentation.
Questions for staff? Just a quick question. The $4 million in ARPA funds that were set aside to help us with rehiring that we didn't actually utilize, can we reallocate that $4 million into other areas if needed?
Yeah, actually, we had $2 million last year that we did not use. We have $4 million allocated this year. I would caution, I don't think we will not use the entire $4 million this year. I think we'll probably use less of it. But yes, to your point, If we do not use it for rehiring staff, then it would be, I guess, at the council's discretion to allocate it for whatever you choose to.
Excellent, thank you. Are there further questions for staff? See none. Is there input from the public? See none, we'll bring discussion back to the bench. Is there further discussion on this item? The chair recognizes Council Member Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. No comments on that great presentation. I know we've asked in the past, and Bob, you've delivered the document to show when certain IRBs expire and those properties come back on the tax rolls. Is that something that we could add to the annual financial report, not the quarterly? Like, that's a lot of additional work, but at the annual, showing that in this year, so like in 22, these properties are coming on there?
I believe it is already in the comprehensive annual financial report.
Oh, I just meant like a slide on this, not, I know it's in there.
Yeah, yes, we can summarize that if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on this item? If not, then I'll make the motion to accept staff's recommended action to receive and file the quarterly financial report for the quarter ended in December 31st, 2021. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Tuttle. Vice Mayor Tuttle seconded. Clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. Having received 7 yea votes, that motion does pass. Now I'm going to make a motion to bring an item that's not on the agenda up for discussion. I was told by legal that having it under new business was the proper place to put this. Basically, it's not much of a surprise for the folks on the council as we sent out an email. It is a resolution of the governing body of the city of Wichita regarding Ukraine. Every member has a copy of it on their desk, so before we get discussing it, I'm going to make a motion to add it as item 7 on our agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Clerk will open a roll. This is just a motion to bring it up for discussion on the agenda. Clerk will open a roll. Members cast the vote. Having received 6 yea votes, is there a 7th? Is it working? UVK and Brendan Johnson?
Voting twice.
Yeah. The Russians know we're doing this. Right.
Right.
Sorry about that. And Madam Clerk, I should have given you a heads up that we are doing.
I had already clicked on that before the mayor made the motion, so I'm sorry, but it will be fixed in the minutes.
Okay. So having received, just give us an emperor's thumb. Having received 7 yea votes, that motion passes. This item is now on the agenda. It is a resolution again, and I will read the resolution out loud and entertain any discussion on it, and then hopefully we can pass it. So a resolution of the governing body of the city of Wichita regarding Ukraine. Whereas Wichita is a diverse and vibrant community that many Ukrainians and Ukrainian Americans who contribute much to our city call home. And whereas Ukraine is an independent nation that is free to choose its own leaders and forge its own destiny, now faces an unjustified and illegal war of aggression that threatens its sovereignty, safety, and its way of life. And whereas the people of Wichita stand for the values of freedom and justice for all, especially in the face of tyranny and aggression. Therefore, be it resolved that the city of Wichita commends the courage, resolve, and strength of the Ukrainian people in their pursuit of freedom, and further, that we pay tribute to the brave men and women of Ukraine who gave their lives in hope that those who fight alongside them and those who come after them may live in a secure, safe, democratic, and independent Ukraine. Be it further resolved that the city of Wichita condemns the illegal military invasion of Ukraine and the violence it has caused, and that the city of Wichita affirms its unwavering support of our Wichita neighbors of Ukrainian descent, as well as their friends and family abroad. As a symbolic gesture of support for the Ukrainians' right to freedom, justice, and the pursuit of happiness, we hereby direct the city manager to turn on the city hall lights to yellow and blue
the national colors of Ukraine. Of course, the city manager did that yesterday, and we thank him for that. So with that, one tidbit of feedback that I did receive that I do want to point out is that we do have peaceful, freedom-loving people of Russian descent in our community as well. And to show support for the Ukrainian people, we also want to show support for those of Russian descent who also live within our community and do so peacefully, and not to confuse the conflict as a broad brush to include an entire group of people, because that would be unfair. Is there discussion on this? If there is no discussion, then I will make a motion that we pass the resolution regarding Ukraine as presented.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded by Vice Mayor Tuttle. Clerk will open a roll. Members cast the vote. Having received 7 yea votes, that motion does pass and the resolution does pass. So thank you all. Again, I apologize, given the timing of this, not being able to bring it up beforehand. We try not to have off-agenda items when we can avoid it. So I do just thank the council for indulging me. Madam Clerk.
Approval of travel for Councilmember Brandon Johnson to meet with Secretary Howard regarding foster care in Wichita, March 3rd, 2022, Topeka, Kansas.
Is there any discussion on the approval of travel for Councilmember Johnson? If not, then I'll go ahead and make the motion to accept staff's recommended action to approve the travel and expenses.
Second.
Motion has been seconded by Vice Mayor Tuttle. Clerk will open roll. Members cast the vote. Have received 7 yea votes. That motion does pass, and we will pay Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk.
Retroactive travel approval for Councilmember Bryan Frye, who attended the Water Bill Legislative in Topeka, Kansas on February 23rd, 2022.
Is there any discussion about the retroactive travel approval for Councilmember Frye? If there's no discussion, then I will make the motion to accept staff's recommended action to approve retroactively the travel expenses for Councilmember Frye and get him paid. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded by Vice Mayor Tuttle. Clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. And we thank, having received 7 yea votes, that motion does pass. And we do thank Councilmember Johnson and Councilmember Frye for representing the city while they're at travel. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember appointments and comments.
All right, open it up. Is there any appointments that we want to get out of the way first? See none, is there any discussion for the good of the group or comments or statements? Again, do want to thank staff for being I just lost my train of thought. For moving so quickly and getting the lights on for us. I know that and also thank Councilmember Johnson, who took the lead on this with the emails so that we could get the support to direct the manager to get the lights on, yellow and blue, which I'm told the Ukrainian flag, the blue represents the sky and the yellow represents a wheat field, and that their national flower is the sunflower. And it just makes me think that, how Kansan is that? Like how much we have in common with our friends over in Ukraine, that we are also a wheat state and we are also a sunflower state. So I do thank the staff for getting those lights on. Further comments? If not, then I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded by Vice Mayor Tuttle. Clerk will open a roll. Members will cast their vote. Really? Someone voting nay and doesn't want to adjourn? Okay, 7. There we go. Having received 7 yea votes, that motion does pass. We are adjourned. Sorry to the one person who wanted to stay. Thank you all for joining us.